Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. I hope that everybody's doing well and swell, and I hope that you slept well. I almost forgot to put myself on here again. My goodness. But yeah, how in the hell are you? What is good, Room Shaker? Thank you for being the first person here. Hey, Dovey. Good morning to both of y'all. Good morning to Bird member. Good morning to everybody. Y'all, we made it to the end of another work week, which is great. Today is actually going to be a busy day because I got several things that I have to do today. Oh my God. But I'll just be glad once I get through today, once everything that I need to do is done. And then I could just relax and enjoy my weekend like everyone else. So I am here to talk to y'all. Now I will say my after my last time speaking to y'all, I was very much consumed with the Carmelo case. Most of everything that I was keeping up with was related to him. So it's kind of strange that probably by yesterday afternoon, I realized that I was running behind slightly up on all the mess. Because I was too busy trying to see what was going to happen next with this case and with this trial. So I did have to kind of go through and catch a few replays in order for me to get back caught up about the mess. And so hopefully we'll be able to go. But I will say that just with this week alone being the whole Carmelo thing, I think as a black person in America, you would be foolish if you weren't paying attention. This that just happened is very much worthy of us paying attention, especially in my generation, especially right now in this day and time, because this whole thing is just interesting. It almost feels like history repeating itself, so to speak. And good morning to Francis. Good morning to everybody coming in. Felt like history repeating itself. So I had to definitely tune into that for the most part because that's real life stuff going on that will dictate and shape what happens in the future. And sometimes there are things that take more priority and precedence over the mess. I will say though, I'm actually grateful to Queen 88. And y'all know just a month ago, I couldn't stand the bitch. I couldn't stand her a month ago. But I am actually happy for Queen 88. And I never thought that I would be here telling y'all this today. But her efforts did not go in vain, and she actually brought the mess to the real world. She brought the mess to the real world. She brought the opinions of many of the viewers here in this space and area of YouTube and social media into the real world. As much as people don't want to say, she stood as a representative of what the everyday people are thinking about this whole shit show that we have witnessed over the last week or two. What's good, Ray Triggs, moderator member? Good morning. So for that reason, I'm really grateful for her contribution. I did catch up on a lot of her stuff. I never thought that I would be watching Queen 88 stuff the way that I was watching her stuff the last couple of days. But I really had to tune into her. But either way, as I go, I'll talk a little bit more about that. But yeah, I never thought that I would have a difference of opinion about her. Um, it's strange how things shift. Or I guess it's interesting how you realize that people are not one dimensional. And I think that's what we are seeing right here today is that where we thought that Queen 88 was one dimensional, clearly she's not. Clearly there are depths to her and her messiness um that goes beyond the surface. And so I think we are all witnessing it here. Now, I will go ahead and get started with the mess before I get into the bulk of why I say that the revolution will be live streamed. So, Let me go ahead and get started. So there was a whole crash out that we saw once again. How many crash outs do we have to see as it relates to Lemon? And how many of these crash outs do we have to see where people are still saying that he is not drinking? I'm just curious to know. So on Wednesday, it seems that, Lemon had received some strikes up on his channel. He got upset. He went panel to panel, platform to platform, letting people know about these strikes that he got, specifically strikes that came from VS. My biggest problem with what Lemon was doing on Wednesday, though, was the fact that it felt to me like he was dragging other people into his foolishness and his fuckery. Um, when I saw Lemon get notice about his channel being in jeopardy and his crash out began, and he became kind of manic and went to Code's platform and spewed a lot of vitriol over there. Then from Code's, he went to YouTube cameras. From YouTube cameras, he went to Laurie's. From Laurie's, he went to Lady Nika's. From Lady Nika's, I think he went to R&Y Envy's. From R&Y Envy's, there was no telling where else he went. I ended up going to bed. But it seemed like he was kind of dragging other people up into his foolishness, so much so that he spewed a lot of hatred and vitriol over at Codes, which winded up getting Code into some hot water. Because yesterday morning when I tuned into Code's live stream, Code was making everybody aware that he had received a privacy complaint from VS. So where VS is currently out to get Lemon in one of Lemon's channels, because Lemon was spewing a lot of crazy ass shit over there at Code's, then that put Code in the line of fire, and now Code received a privacy complaint, which could possibly get his video removed. I saw in the Souls yesterday, I saw somebody trying to accuse me of working with VS, and I think a lot of people are idiots. I had told y'all that came March 1st that I was going to be sending my emails, which is what I did. And that's the reason why the Jordan Dash channel went away, because of the emails that I sent. And just in case you need a refresher or a reminder, this is the channel in which my emails affected. Just FYI. This is the one. So, what's good, Choo Choo? Good morning. So, I will send the emails as it relates to this particular channel in question. There, you cannot blame anybody or try to say that there was this whole conspiracy or any of that, because Lemon chose to have a new channel outside of this one and make new enemies that did not suit him. Once this channel got taken down, this is the one I sent the email about. I'm emphasizing, this is the one I sent the email about. Then I relaxed to set back up in the cut because, okay, my work is done. But Lemon was the one that decided to get in good with VS, apologize to VS, then clash with VS, then let people go on his panel and drag her, then use her voice in a clip. And y'all know that in plenty of my live streams previously, I have been saying that Lemon shouldn't use that clip. I said that it wasn't wise for him to use that clip. Once they had fallen out, I knew that that wasn't the wise thing for him to do. But it was countless of y'all, easily 6, 7, 800 of y'all that set up in his chat why he used that clip, and y'all ain't say a motherfucking word. And now he getting got. And now y'all want to say people working together? Absolutely not. Lemon is one of those hard-headed mofos that don't know how to listen. But again, it's not my job to warn Lemon about any motherfucking thing. Why? Because the line has been drawn in the sand with me and him. So whatever happens, happens. But many of y'all were right there when he played that clip. I heard people was trying to drag Laurie into this thing, saying that, okay, well, the clip came from Laurie's channel. So, VS shouldn't be able to strike about it because it came from Laurie's channel. Then I heard people say, well, Triple had edited the video, so it's Triple's video. Well, in case y'all missed it, on Wednesday, Lemon ended up cussing out Triple. I don't know if y'all missed that, but when he was on his drunken rant and binge on Laurie's platform, Triple was up in the chat typing. Lemon didn't like what Triple said up in the chat, and Lemon proceeded to cuss Triple the fuck out. Now, again, how smart is that? And when are y'all going to put the accountability on Lemon? How smart is it to cuss out the very person whose commercial you have used throughout video after video after video after video? How smart is that? If your channel is under attack and by VS because VS don't want her voice up there, which just that alone, people warned him about that. He shouldn't have put the girl voice up there, period. He should have took heed to what people said and kept it moving. But that's how you know that he don't be having content over there. That's how you know that he a lazy content creator, because instead of him actually going to the drawing board and getting somebody to make him a decent commercial to use, he still want to rob Peter to pay Paul and use other people's shit up on his channel. Let's not forget, he's still using the violinist video because he wanted to be lazy and he didn't want to get an intro like everybody else. That violinist video that he used, he's still in that. But you can't tell him nothing. Good morning, Darvin. Good morning to CEO. You can't tell him nothing. But either way, he cussed out Triple over there at Laurie's. And I'm just sitting there in Laurie's bushes in disbelief, because I'm like, idiot, you are so drunk and foolish that you cussing out Triple. Now you about to make an enemy out of him when it's his video. That's the question of all it is. Now, one thing that I did type up in the chats is that the only person that has ownership of VS voice is VS. That's just how it is. Triple don't own VS voice. Laurie don't own VS voice. Don't nobody own her voice. I think Lemon's best bet would have just been to stop using the voice when she first threw out the warning to him. But he don't think fat meat is greasy. He don't think fat meat is greasy. And many of his enablers, his supporters, his channel full of enablers that go and watch him night after night. What's good, Miss B? Member, good morning. The ones that enable him and watch him night after night, there ain't nobody try to warn him. But either way, that's a grown-ass man. You can't save a grown-ass man. What's good, Bella? Good morning. So he done cussed out Triple. Then when he was at Coles on Wednesday, he tried to pull me into it, basically saying that what VS was doing to his channel, he called VS miserable, and then he was calling me unhappy and miserable and all this shit. Bitch, don't give me no straight, because again, I ain't sent no emails on you since I sent my last one. But when you get pissed off and you start throwing slugs at every motherfucking body, making all these enemies, but then you want to be scared or running and hiding because of your channel. But either way, let me continue. So within this crash out, he did all that. And I feel like he's trying to pull others into his drama Specifically yesterday, I feel like he was trying to pull Honest Row into his drama over there at the Miss Souls. And I told Honest Row to just stay out of it. On Wednesday, I told Laura to stay out of it. And I told them to stay out of it from a place of care and concern, because I honestly know how serious this type of thing can be. I think y'all be so engulfed in what goes on here that y'all seem to have a short-term memory. But y'all have to remember when VS got on the rampage like this one, and this was whenever she was dealing with all of them other sectors, and she commenced to going to the courthouse near her and filing these types of video complaint and copyright complaint about her image, about her voice, her likeness, whatever. And she filed the motherfucking papers and was sending that shit out to people in the Mo3 sector, people in the black sector, people in the damn Latrice Allen sector. Hell, she might have almost sent a piece of paper to Jaguar Wright. She was sending pieces of paper to everybody. Could have had sent the piece of paper to damn what's his name? Gilbert Arenas. She was sending, and the Gilbert Arenas and Jaguar White are jokes. Those are jokes. But she was sending the paperwork all around the place. I don't see how people forgot about that. I remember Skoka Hunnis had got some papers, and Skoka Hunnis was mad as hell. That's what made me really start paying attention to Skoka Hunnis back then. Because Skoka Hunnis was mad because she was getting served to go to court, but she said she was not about to be going to no courthouse behind this. And I think VS ended up winning an $800 judgment against Skoka. Y'all forgot? Thank you, CEO Little Boss Lady. Good morning, Ken. Did y'all forget that she did all of this, that she would go to these links when it comes to these videos and her content and things like that? The fact that it's an $800 judgment, because I remember Skoka going live and bragging about the fact that VS will never get the $800 from her. Skoka said that VS will have to take that money from her, I don't know, like in blood or something. Like she was basically saying that she was never going to give that money, but the judgment was out there. This is the reason why I was telling Laurie to stay the fuck out of it. This is the reason why I was telling Ro to stay the hell out of it. But it seemed like Ro was just so hell bent on giving his opinion. Yeah, VS had Skoka to this day. Skoka owe VS $800 behind using her likeness and image over there. This is the reason why too I was telling y'all that in V Miss O's chat I was saying about how VS got her name trademarked. When people actually go through the legal process of trademarking their name, that makes a difference. That makes a difference with how YouTube responds to them, in my opinion. And this is just my opinion. YouTube responds to them differently when you are actually trademarked with your stuff. Because I guess, there is a greater risk of liability. This is the reason why people don't play around with James' name. And that done been that way for quite some time. People in the B sector used to get think it was cute and play with James' pictures or James' name. And y'all, James would have their shit down just like this. Because James is trademarked over there. His images and stuff. Because it's a part of his business. And I believe that VS followed suit behind James and did the same thing with her VS icon name, because once upon a time, a couple of years back, her and Fabe was going back and forth as it relates to their beef. And I remember Fabe was threatening to buy VS name or trademark the name. It was something going on where people was threatening to trademark the name. That's what made VS go trademark the name herself, because she didn't want nobody else to trademark it. I remember this because VS talked about spending almost $1,000 for whatever process she had to go through to get VS Icon trademarked. This was all public information that was discussed on these platforms at least 2, 3 years ago. And that's why I'm shocked that people done forgot about it already. Now, these new people like Code, let him make rookie mistakes because he ain't beef sector no way. Had he had been beef sector, he would have damn well knew not to be playing around with that girl name. But he ain't beef sector. He came here at the last minute poking at people that he don't know the people that he poking with or what trademarks and LLCs and things like that they got tied to their business practices up on here. So he let Lemon get up on his channel, and with him being an outsider on top of that, he had to fuck around and find out with a privacy complaint. What's good, Melissa Scott? Good morning. What's good today, member? Many of these outsiders are not aware that the beef sector got real gutter as it relates to people's names and shit, where people started really putting money behind their YouTube names. So when these new people think that they could come around and play with the image or play with the name or play with anything like that, you playing with that stuff at your own risk. It's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But either way, so Cole got a Cole got a privacy complaint. I think he said that he did learn his lesson from it. He's not gonna let Lemon come and disrupt his channel like that no more, and say all these things that Lemon was saying over there. So there's that. Well, Wednesday night, Lemon ended up going live on his own channel. For some reason, he was live on his main channel and his backup channel. Now, on his main channel live, he deleted that live, but then on his backup channel, he stayed live. But let me tell y'all what I encountered when he was on his main channel live on Wednesday night. And please like the video. Don't forget to like the video as y'all come in. So let me go ahead and get my props so that I could tell y'all exactly what I witnessed on Lemon's main channel live that he ended up deleting after he finished the live. So we had good old Terry Me, aka Grandmother Willow, up on Lemon's link. It was Terry Me up on Lemon's link holding the live down with the lady Chit Chat. They was talking because Lemon was having technical difficulties, y'all. And Lemon's technical difficulties ended up lasting, at least that I can recall, about 5 or 10 minutes. I just remember them two holding down the show. Well, for some reason, with them holding down the show and with the Carmelo Anthony verdict and sentencing had just came, that's what they ended up talking about while they were holding down the show for Lemon. And Terry Me proceeded to give us her thought and opinion about the Carmelo Anthony verdict and the sentencing. I found this quite fascinating. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? So what she revealed in her old white lady, Grandmother Willow, Terry Me voice, what she revealed is that she is raising sons who are half black. She spoke about how she felt like it was such an injustice about Carmelo. Carmelo should not have been put away. He deserved to be free. She believes in this, and she said that she will be 70 this year. So Terry Me, Grandmother Willow, is 69 years old. She will be 70 this year. That's her words, not mine. And she said that in her 70 years, she has experienced a lot of racism. And she said that she experienced so much hate because she was standing with black people. You would think that that would be okay for her to say. But the problem that I had with it is that she was pulling out a violin talking about all this hate that she was getting as the white savior of black people in the 70s and the 80s, where her own kind was turning on her and treating her bad, doing XYZ to her because of who she liked, because of who she loved, because of who she hung around with. It was very performative and very off-putting, in my opinion, especially considering the fact that black people, specifically the black children like Carmelo, are in fact the ones having to deal with this plight. So why in the hell is a 70-year-old white lady up here making her own self be the victim because she decided to stand with black people and she got mistreated? But again, you got mistreated by your own people. Them your people, you need to talk to your people and tell them to stop it. Tell them to cut it out. You done had 70 years to tell your motherfucking people to stop it and cut it out and back the fuck back. But then you want to tell us about how they treated you, about the things that they did to her. Like, I mean, she was saying stuff like, that I'm just using this as an example. Like, they looked down on her. Um, you know, they looked at her as white trash or beneath them, or they looked at her as this, that, and the third. And I'm thinking to myself, if they looking at you in those derogatory ways and your ass is white like them, then how you think they looking at us? Because they look at us below you. If you up here giving the sob story about how they doing your trailer park white trash ass, and they view us lesser than they view you, then you don't need to be getting up on no panel trying to tell us about the mistreatment that you felt while you were trying to be the white savior of the black community. At that particular point, I think you could just say, it was unfortunate and it was unjust and leave it at that. But please don't tell us about your walk and your experience and how you was trying to march and you was trying to protest and you was right there with the black people and you was this and the third. Girl, we don't give a damn. Because where you at now? Self on the panels with motherfucking Lemon. Please. Now, let me go ahead and get to one thing that I was looking up here, because most people are aware of the white savior complex, but then some people are not. So I definitely wanted to bring that up because Terry Mead definitely, I don't know if she wanted a cookie, if she wanted a pat on the back from that all black audience. I'm not sure what she wanted. And then again, for her to let us know that her sons were half black. Well, that's wonderful, ma'am, that your sons are half black. We appreciate your service. I get sick of people taking black dick and they think that they could just that gives them the right to join in on a topic. Sometimes just shut up. Just shut up. You have half black sons because you chose to be dancing around on black dick. You chose to do that. But black people didn't choose to be black. You chose to commingle with black men for whatever reason. Ain't no telling why you did it. But now you got half black sons. Well, okay, man, but still shut the fuck up because this ain't your talking point. Now, if your sons want to talk about it, we might be open to hear what they asses got to say. But this ain't your talking point. And especially not the night of us finding out that this little boy done got 35 years in jail. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you. So Bella said, I respect any Caucasian individual who stands up for what's right, period. It's not about respecting them for standing up for what's right. I think I just said my biggest point of contention with her was how she just tried to give this drawn out sob story about how she was mistreated for what she did. If you're going to stand for what's right, then stand for what's right. But I don't want to hear your motherfucking sob story about what happened to you in 1970 and in 1980 when we talking about in 2026 motherfucking 17-year-old black boys getting put behind bars for 35 years for self-defense. Don't try to stand up or stand on the side of quote unquote right, only for you to then be able to put your endpoint of how you got treated so badly as well. This ain't about how they treated you. This is about how they treating black people, not you. That's my point. When you do a good deed many moons ago, only so that you could redirect the conversation so that the conversation can be on you. Now, let me go ahead and remove Terry Me's picture right here. And let me go to share my screen. Let's see. So the white savior complex. All right. And let me make sure I put myself at the bottom. I wish this StreamYard would automatically just put us at the bottom when we start sharing the screen. Then that way I don't have to do it manually. And please like my video if y'all have not. Thank you. Y'all come in, have a seat, like the video. Thanks. The white savior complex or white saviorism is a critical term for a mindset where privileged white individuals assume that they are uniquely qualified to rescue Black, Indigenous, and people of color from distress. It stems from colonial era mentalities, often doing more harm than good by denying affected communities their agency. Characteristics: performative altruism, helping others primarily for personal fulfillment. That right there, I knew I could not put my finger on what I was feeling when Terry Me was over there talking, but it's this right here: helping others primarily for personal fulfillment, emotional satisfaction, or social media validation, rather than out of genuine community-led need. See, this is the problem that I have with it right here, Bella. Bella, let me come on over here back to your comment, what you said, which I'm happy that you gave your comment. You entitled to your comment. But see, this right here is what I'm talking about. And let me go ahead and grab the comment from Bella. I respect any Caucasian individual who stands up for what's right, period. That's fine. But it's the reason. What is the reason for them standing up for what's right? Are they standing up for what's right because it's actually indeed what's right? Or is it for personal gratification, like what Kimberly Black is saying? You got to be careful whenever you watch the white people, these white saviors, try to help the Black community, because you thinking that they doing it for one reason. Meanwhile, they intent could be for something else. You think they doing it for one reason. Meanwhile, Terry Me was probably doing it to impress the next Black man so that she could fall in on his dick. She want to impress. She over there talking that mess, trying to impress William Carruthers, cause she trying to get up on William Carruthers. And William, don't cuss me out, William. William, don't cuss me out. But that's why she over there at Lemons acting like she feel this way or she feel that way about the Black community, because she know William Carruthers watching and she trying to snag her another one. You understand? But let me continue. And William, that was a little bit of a shot fire, but you know it was all in love. It was all in fun, William. Okay. But yeah, or social media validation rather than out of genuine community-led need. Disempowerment, operating under the assumption that marginalized communities are helpless to solve their own problems without white intervention. Lack of consultation, swooping in to implement solutions without listening to or collaborating with the people they are attempting to help. Absolution of privilege, using short term charity to alleviate personal guilt about systemic inequality without addressing the structural causes of that inequality. How it manifests: international volunteerism, short term mission trips, volunteerism, or orphanage tourism in developing nations. That really don't apply here. Let's go down. So, pop culture and media, books, films, and documentaries that center a noble white protagonist who acts as the sole beacon of hope or conflict resolver in stories about racial struggles, sidelining the perspectives of the people of color, workplace and community dynamics, moving forward, how to help. Okay, so how to avoid falling into that trap. I really don't care too much about that part. So let me go ahead and get back to my StreamYard stream. I'm just simply letting y'all know that you have to be mindful of the intent of others. That's it. And at that particular point, I feel like the night of a guilty verdict and a 35-year sentence for Carmelo, that was not the place and the time for her to take Lemon's panel and do her woe is me white savior sob story to his audience of 300 or 400 people. It was just not the time or the place. It was the time or the place for us to hear from Black people and how they felt. From Black people and how they felt about the situation. Their true Black sons, fully Black sons, and how they think about how it relates to them. The fact that things have not changed. I mean, to me, it just felt like she was trying to steal the show and steal the spotlight. And it was not her place to be doing that. And because Lemon deleted that video, I needed to make sure that I came here to let y'all know what happened and what went down. And good morning, DG Justin. And DG Justin did say, respecting white people for literally doing the bare minimum is sad. What's good, Taryn? Good morning. Good morning, y'all. DG Justin always come through with something. But I'm just saying, I appreciate anything that the white people do, but you always have to wonder what is the motive and what is the intent. And I'll just leave it at that. So now, Lemon did delete that live, and I wonder if he deleted because he didn't want people to hear about what Terry Me was saying, or maybe he just deleted it because he was already drunk. Who knows? Who knows? But I just want to give y'all that little tidbit about Terry Me because she did reveal that over there. Now, the next thing, as it relates to mess within the beef sector. So on the horizon, there is a beef brewing between Jay Wilson and Lady Nika because Jay Wilson offended Lady Nika. Lady Nika has lost several relatives within the last few years. Here recently, I believe she said that she lost an aunt and maybe a cousin. Jay Wilson started being shady and making jokes about the fact that it must be something in the water over in Louisiana that Lady Nika and her family is drinking because the water is making all of them drop dead. He was saying that the water, is killing them. That ended up being a talking point over there at Demon Souls, where Demon Soul and Pizarro was talking about it. It was, and I was on the panel. Now, this is my point of view. Jay Wilson says there are no friends on YouTube, so you can't expect him to have respect or compassion for somebody in a time of bereavement, even though he is supposed to be a chaplain. I mean, the nerve of him that's supposedly ordained to be a chaplain to be able to sit back and make these jokes about death and about people drinking the wrong water. Lady Nika felt like her and Jay Wilson was better than that, and that Jay Wilson shouldn't have played with her real life situations in that way. She said that in the years that things have happened that have been close to Jay Wilson, that she never played with him like that, and she felt like she was owed more from him than for him to do all that. I don't understand why Jay Wilson doesn't understand that they are getting older. We are all getting older. I'm sitting here in my 39th year. Jay Wilson and Lady Nika are right now in their mid to late 50s currently. So if they are in their mid to late 50s, I would only assume that, yes, you would see death because you are now approaching 60. So all of your other loved ones would have to be 70, 80 years old. So, of course. Good morning, Bernice. I think that's a given. So that's why I wouldn't have made a joke like that. I mean, I could see if Lady Nika was a spring chicken and Lady Nika was like in her 20s, then maybe something like that could have been said. But I mean, hell, y'all is knocking on 60 your damn self. So it's not shocking to me that people are dying. I think it's shocking that, it's happening so quickly, but every now and then you have a situation like that, because I kid y'all not. 2014 was one of those years for my family where we had back to back to back, easily about 4 or 5 back to back in that one year. It was the wildest thing ever. And I remember it. It's what I'll never forget, y'all, because I had just moved here to Atlanta in 2013. And in 2014, we had so much back to back to back that I felt like I was back at home attending funerals every other month. And I legit mean every other month. Like, by the time I would have just went to Mississippi for this funeral and got back situated in Atlanta, maybe a month and a half later, another person done died. And then now I'm back down there. And I was ripping and running up and down that highway so much in the year 2014, I'll never forget it. Even to the point to where I end up missing one funeral in 2014 because that's when they had snowpocalypse. Y'all remember snowpocalypse that happened in Atlanta in 2014, where it was in February, I believe. January, like the end of January, February, where we had all that snow and people were stranded and all this kind of stuff. I had a funeral that I was supposed to be going to that weekend in Mississippi, and I was stuck stranded in Atlanta because nobody could go anywhere. So I ended up having to miss that funeral. Well, my relatives was telling me, they'd rather me stay in Georgia and be safe off that road than to be trying to go from Georgia to Mississippi on black ice, because that ice and snow had, fell across the South. But we have years like that, and it just seemed like this is that time for Lady Nika. But Lady Nika did not appreciate what Jay Wilson said. I don't know if Jay Wilson will issue any type of apology or anything. I don't know. Or I don't even know if he even know that she had some words for him. But she did do a live yesterday that was called "Not Everything Is Not Content," because she was kind of just making him aware that he hurt her feelings with that. So we'll see how that progresses with that. Good morning, LaDon member. And good morning to Robin, moderator member. Good morning to everybody. So also with Demon Souls Live yesterday, Lemon did join the panel with Demon Soul, and he revealed that he had 7 days before his Jordan Dash channel will be terminated. And his Jordan Dash channel is on the brink of termination due to multiple copyright strikes. Specifically on Demon Souls, he said that he had received 3 copyright strikes from VS Icon as it relates to her voice being up on his channel without her consent, without her permission. And she was kind of just taking ownership of it. So he told Demon Soul that he was giving Demon Soul the exclusive about this 7 days. Demon Soul had a really good live yesterday. If y'all missed it, I would recommend, if y'all have some time today, go check her replay because it was really good. From the time that Lemon came and dropped that bombshell to then the panel discussion, I was able to join Demon Soul up on the panel for the discussion as it relates to all of this, because I was trying to let Honest Row know that this is not his fight, because Honest Row, okay, so Honest Row has an opinion as it relates to VS striking people. Honest Row's opinion was that he didn't agree, and that the reason why YouTube is no longer fun is because of this striking that's going on, and specifically with VS. Honest Row didn't agree that Cole got a privacy complaint. And Honest Row didn't agree that Lemon's channel is going to be terminated in 7 days. Honest Row is entitled to his feelings. Don't get me wrong. When I approached up there to tell Honest Row, it was not to silence him or have him feel like he can't express himself. It was simply because I had the forethought to understand that when it comes to this YouTube type shit, because I've seen VS take it to the courthouse before, as it relates to people in the Mo3 sector and all over Black YouTube, I felt like it wasn't in Rose's best interest, nor was it worth it for him to stick his neck out on the line, because VS will take something like this all the way. Hence why Skokahanis owe her like an $800 judgment to this day. So I'm like, Rose, stay out of that. Rose still want to be up in it. He want to help Lemon. I think that Rose has a fondness for Lemon because they met each other in person at that Vegas trip. But Rose tends to have a loyalty to others that they do not have to him. And y'all have to understand, I have befriended Ro and known Ro longer on this application than Lemon has. Yes, they've had the pleasure to meet up and everything, but I've known of Ro longer, and I have watched him have a immense loyalty to others, and the other people do not share that loyalty in return. And Lemon is very much a selfish individual. He's shown us time and time again. If the shoe was on the other foot and Ro was about to lose his channel, Lemon wouldn't say a word. If anything, he'll make commentary on it just so that he could run his numbers up at Ro's expense, and he would see if he could make some money on Ro's head. But that's it. Will he be out here trying to advocate for Ro? No. Why? Because when it was a whole big deal after the Vegas gate about who stank and who didn't stank and who did this and who did that as it relates to Ness, Lemon kind of just stayed out of it. Even to the point of after the whole Vegas gate, where I think it was the Billy Goat or somebody ended up saying that Lemon had talked behind Ro's back after Ro had left the hotel. I mean, it's just a lot of shiesty ass backbiting shit that Lemon did after that Vegas trip that came out later that I guess Ro is forgetting about. You got to remember, I don't understand how people be forgetting everything, but I be remembering everything. I be like, damn, I be remembering everything, but everybody else, they just forget. I don't think that Lemon would put himself on the line for Ro, and Ro needs to stay out of that, and so does Laurie. Lemon was just out here monetizing on the death of Laurie's mama just in December and January. Hell, did almost monetize on the death of Let's Be Honest, until Nurse K was threatening everybody. Lemon is only caring about self. Good morning, Mitri. Oh, good morning, Sunny member. So that's why I'm like, stay out of it. But either way, I don't know if y'all saw, but sure enough, after I was on D Miss O's trying to explain to Ro why he need to stay out of it, YVS didn't post up on her community wall that this morning at 9 a.m. she is headed to the federal courthouse. Do you understand? She put this post on her community wall yesterday that this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time she will be at the federal courthouse seeing about some things. And this is why I said, Rose, stop. Stay out of that. Now, people are spinning narrative like I'm trying to control Ro. I'm trying to silence Ro. I'm trying to XYZ. No. I just know that Ro live in Virginia just like VS live in Virginia. I know that Laurie live in Virginia just like VS live in Virginia. Who in the hell want to be living in that same state and then have to wind up in court for one thing or another behind Lemon? When y'all are disposable to Lemon. Lemon don't give a damn. The only thing that Lemon is loyal to is that motherfucking bottle of alcohol. He ain't even loyal to his own mama. Do you hear me? If you ain't a bottle of alcohol, you ain't a bottle of Taylor Port, you don't have his loyalty. So you got to stay out of it. So anyway, as we know it, some court situation is going to be happening. I did Lemon did threaten court stuff about VS on V Miss Souls. And Ro was agreeing with Lemon. And for me, this is how I feel. Because the people in the beef sector know that I done had my fight with VS. And when I was serious about court or when I was serious about calling the cops, because let's not forget, me and VS been there and done that. Well, I was calling the cops about her ass back then in 2018. But what I damn sure wasn't doing was going to her channel and apologizing to her. Hell no. So the fact that as long as he thought that it was benefiting him, he apologized to her, groveled to her, had a YouTube shit with her, did all of this with her, collaborating, doing exclusive interviews on her channel, XYZ, all of that because it was for his benefit. He would have rolled down or Laurie down for the favor of VS if he had to. But then now that they back up on the outs, now he wanting Laurie and Ro to stick their necks out for him. What's good? What's good, Grish? And good morning to Mitri. Good morning to Right to Be Told. Good morning, everybody. I'm just saying that without a shadow of a doubt, he apologized to VS. And now that he did that apologizing, now that he had a YouTube shit with her after the fact, now, thank you, Bertha May. I appreciate it. Now that he done got back on the outs with her again, then now he want other people to jump in. And I just say you would be a fool to jump in, and you a damn sure be a fool to jump in when you live in the same state as her. You mess around and get served and then have your picture floating around up on the community wall like this. I don't see why people didn't learn from this situation. Have your picture out here up on the damn community wall where you opening up your door, getting a piece of paper. The fuck? Stay out of it. So I wanted to reiterate that to y'all because no, it's not about nobody trying to silence Ro or bully Ro. It's just about I done been around here for a long time to know how things operate. And I'm just like, worry about yourself before you worry about the next person. What Jay Wilson say? Jay Wilson said if the plane is going down, put your own life vest on before you try to help somebody else with their life vest. Ain't that what Jay Wilson said? Put your own oxygen mask up on your face Put your own oxygen mask on before you try to pass the oxygen mask the limit. Thank you, DG Justin, for the jewels. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody. And thank you, Bertha May, so much. Bertha May, let me go grab the what Bertha May gave me. Bertha May said, you are appreciated in the morning. Thank you, Bertha May. I appreciate you. And actually, because Bertha May came here, let me go ahead and tell her thank you in the only way that I know how. So this is for Bertha May Jackson. Huge shout out and thank you for the super chat, love. The Doniverse thanks you. Dundada thanks you. Stay curious, stay focused, stay hot. Thank you so much. So let me go ahead and put here. So Grish is saying that Binary got the privacy complaint from Lemon talking about. Now, I think Lemon, but I know for certain Lemon had brought up VS daughter. And I know, and most everybody else know that you bring up her kids, that she gonna go a different level with you. And because Lemon was over there bringing up her daughter, and Code was over there being an instigator and asking follow-up questions, I already knew once Lemon had did that, I already knew there was about to be a problem because I done seen it before. How they say a leopard don't change its stripes. That's what they say. But thank you, Bertha May. So now Lemon did do his live last night in which Code was being critical about 88's activism. And what I have noticed while I've been doing my follow-ups about this Carmelo case is I've noticed the most critical people of 88 are men. And I ain't lying. I noticed Code being critical of 88. Even over there in the Mo3 sector, I tuned in to the man Ratchet TV. He was being quite critical. On one of Ratchet TV's lives, the man Rainwater from the Mo3 sector clicked the link, and Rainwater and Ratchet were being kind of critical. And then last night, even Lemon was critical to a certain degree as far as 88's behavior. Ratchet TV said 88 was doing too much, and so did Rainwater. They said that she is overinvested, things like that. But I find it quite funny how the black woman 88 is the one that's out there on the front line, and all of these supposedly strong black men are sitting on the sideline critiquing what she is doing. How the fuck do your black ass sit on the sideline not doing a fuck thing, but want to be so critical about what she is doing when at least she is out there doing something? She out there doing more than you. I get tired of black men that don't want to do nothing. They scared of everything. They body ain't worth a damn. But then they want to sit on the sideline and critique about what she doing and how she making this one look bad, or she doing this, she doing that. All of this. But you ain't doing nothing. All you doing is sitting on YouTube running your motherfucking mouth. Why the fuck you ain't out there up on the news going viral? Why you don't give a damn? Hell, she out there fighting for black boys or black men like you. Yeah, Ratchet was there, but when Ratchet was there, he was antagonizing the protesters. Ratchet was out there trying to drag one of the men for being gay, a black man who was gay out there. Ratchet was out there calling the women that was out there bad body and bad built. He was out there trying to rib on the people instead of being out there to stand in solidarity for a decent cause. I watched him out there. I even shared him on my community wall and my members. You know I shared it, Sonny, because you a member. Go to the membership community wall. You will see that I share a Ratchet video. Because Ratchet was out there provoking fights and all types of stuff. He even had pissed off this one black lady so bad out there who was protesting that she tried to slap his phone out his hand. And when she did that, his camera kind of shook, because she was trying to hit that phone out his hand. And he was already talking about how he was ready to press charges on her for assault. But bitch, why in the hell is you out there antagonizing them? The white people already out there antagonizing them enough. Why the fuck do your black ass gotta be out there adding to being an antagonizer? If you're not about to be out there to stand in solidarity or unite with them, then what the fuck is you doing out there except so that you could get clicks and views and make money? And he read that live up. That live that I shared on my members only community wall was about 4.5 hours long. That man was live the entire time, picking with folks and picking with the black people. It's wild. But either way, I noticed so many black men just sitting on the sidelines having so much mouth and so much to say about 88 and what she did or how she looked or what she did. But they ain't doing a fuck thing but sitting up on here running their mouth. Meanwhile, it should be they black asses out there with the women at home running their mouths. Not the woman out there doing all this marching and standing up in the paint while the men at home chatting up on their motherfucking computers while she out there putting in the work. I said, just imagine if Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and all of them decided to sit at home and chat on the telephone the entire time that a boycott was happening. They on the motherfucking telephone while the damn black women is out there, on the front line. But then they want to be critical and talk about what the black woman did, or as in Ratchet case, talking about what the black woman had on. Y'all, it was one woman out there for the boycott, and he legit was saying that the lady was out there with a mechanic suit and some Jordans on. Bitch, why is that a roast and a gag? That woman is out there trying to do some journalism, bitch. Why in the hell is you talking about her outfit about a mechanic suit and some Jordans? She out there trying to do something. It'd be shit like that makes some people not even show up to the protest, because you got antagonizers like that out there that ain't doing nothing to help the situation but being part of the problem. Then once the black protesters were getting pissed off at him antagonizing them, then the one gay dude was ready to fight because he was bothering his friends. Because, okay, so it was a gay man out there that was out there with his good Judies, his female good Judies. They out there for the cause. The gays. The gay man is out there as the protector for his good Judies, child. And Ratchet decided to be bothering his good Judies. So the gay man trying to be, the protector out there, he stepped in front of his good Judies and he started talking back. Ratchet started saying all types of homophobic shit to this black gay man that's out there trying to protect his good Judies, his girlfriends, because Ratchet being disrespectful to him. So then once the gay man jumped in trying to help his good Judies, then now he all types of sissy punk, black sissy punk, this, that, and the third. Y'all, it was crazy how he was doing out there. But I say all that to say, yes, 88 did end up going viral, but why the fuck y'all wasn't doing nothing in order to go viral? Then Cole said it appeared that 88 was suffering from some kind of psychosis, that she got this attention and became viral, so now she is trying to keep up with the attention that she got. Lemon ended up calling 88 to come click his link because Lemon was hoping that 88 was going to come and cuss Cole the fuck out. But 88 ended up coming there and explaining to Cole. And good morning, VS. Good morning, Jessica's Town. Good morning to everybody. And good morning. Oh, I said good morning to Kimberly Black. So Kimberly Black said, protest that needs to be organized and coordinated to be effective. Again, self-gratification is unwarranted in that situation. Jessica's Town said that's so immature while a serious situation was going on. And then Right to Be Told said the women always protect the women and the black woman is always attacked with no help. And then Sonny said focused on the wrong things. VS said this is why I haven't did no content on this situation. Right. Sonny was Sonny said, I feel like that's the only reason why they went for attention. Just saying. Ratchet was tormenting Neek at night at the Diddy trial. I'm not surprised. Well, he was doing the same thing out there. What's good, Angela White member? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. He was doing the same thing out there at the protest where these people was ready to fight. Then now the police coming stepping in and shit. Now he talk about he want to press charges on the lady for trying to knock his phone out his hand. But bitch, your phone don't need to be on the black lady. The fuck? But yeah, so Cole was saying it was some type of psychosis that 88 had going on. So 88 Grace Lemon's platform, and 88 explained to them that she ain't out there for no attention. She is out there for as a mother first. She said that she got 5 boys. She said that specifically she got a set of twin boys. And she said that this whole situation has made her feel some type of way about being a mother and raising black boys. And that's the reason why she is so passionate. That's the reason why she is out there. She said she don't give a damn about going viral. She don't give a damn about the attention. She said she just speaking from her real perspective with a real heart, not to mention she live out there in that space in Texas. So they had a little dialogue with her over there. Then William Carruthers got up there. He had a little bit of dialogue with her. K Fit clicked the link and was able to talk to 88, and then somebody named Rita Baby clicked the link, and then by the time I knew it, uh 88 was like, Lemon, you gonna have to give me a cash app or something, because essentially Lemon was prepared to use 88 for his content because he ain't have nothing else to talk about. Do you hear me? So he was ready to clout chase 88, got 88 up on his platform. Now he doing this whole Q&A session on 88, having all these people clicking his link coming up there to ask her questions. And 88 is like, you ain't even pay me no cash app or nothing. 88 is like, you ain't gave me nothing. You expect me to sit up here? Because Lemon was going to actually have 88 sit up there and answer the questions of everybody that want to click his link and ask her something at free of charge. Like she ain't got other things better to do because she actually outside boycotting in Texas. She ain't got time to stay up on your platform for the next 8 hours, bitch. She got other things that she got to do first thing in the morning. We done seen on TV. We know she out there doing stuff. Hell, she was just over there with the lady Candace Matthews, I think the lady name was. She was out there with the Black Panthers and all this. Out there meeting with the advocates for Carmelo and his family. You know, she was out there doing all that. So she ain't have time to sit up on this platform. So she mentioned about for him to cash out her. He laughed it off. So 88 politely answered like 2 more questions, and then she excused herself, which I don't blame her. Because no, don't expect her to sit up here and answer all these questions after y'all was just sitting back being critical. Being critical. So VS said, why do you think people are doing content on Carmelo now that he is sentenced? What about these last few months before the trial? It was crickets. Correct. What's good, Dreamy? Now I knew about the Carmelo thing prior to the trial, but I'm doing more content on it because I'm just mind blown at how everything played out. I'm not surprised, but I am surprised. But I'm just getting tired of seeing all these black men having so much cackling and gossiping to say, bitch, get your ass out there and do something. And then not only that, Code wanted to ask 88 about her actions as it relates to Carmelo. And if I think it was, I saw somebody on the community wall asking, when is Cole going to speak about Mr. Chow getting away with the murder that he got away with, considering that Mr. Chow is part Asian and so is Cole. When is Cole going to talk about why his cousin, Mr. Chow, got away with it over there in South Carolina? Cole, we looking for you to break that down. Can you tell us why your relatives on that side of your family get away with the murders? Can you tell us why your relatives on that side of your family, they can shoot somebody in the back for a bottle of water and get away with it on the trial? Let us know about that, Coach, when you get a chance. Why don't you? So I want to say Lemon and Code would never do for the black community what 88 has been doing for the black community over the last 2 weeks. So therefore, they shouldn't be sitting up there trying to be critical about anything. Ratchet TV and Rainwater wouldn't do. Y'all, I watched Queen 88 do a live. Rainwater, click the link. Queen 88 had just got the access corrections information to put money on Carmelo's book. Queen 88 was asking Rainwater if he would donate to Carmelo. Rainwater said no. Rainwater said he got his own kids. Rainwater said Carmelo family is richer than him. He not putting nothing up on the book. And then he said that Queen 88 was crazy for putting her kids' money up on the books for this boy. And I'm just like, black men should be the first ones to be able to relate to this. But they talking about not even put a $5 on the book. But meanwhile, the same black men like a Rainwater, you would probably catch them up in the strip club tonight. Ain't it a Friday night? They'll be the first ones up in the strip club throwing dollar bills. They'll be the same ones up in the club later on tonight popping bottles. But you can't give a donation to put on the access correction book for Carmelo in the jail. That's interesting. Now, Lemon, his plan for 88 to attack Cole didn't quite work because when 88 did get up there, she acted like she had some sense, which is good. I mean, she was still being, her real self, but she didn't give them the show that they was looking for. I guess she understood that Lemon was ready to use her in a way. And so she answered their questions honestly and truthfully and bluntly, and then she got the fuck on and left. What's good, Sonya? Good morning. So, and hey, Dre Day, hey to Happy Life. Good morning. So, right to be told said right, and this is the third person child has shot. This is the third person child has shot. Wow. Jessica Stown said, I ain't never seen a trial go so fast. Must be a Texas thing. And then VS said they stick to a code in their community. They don't speak on their own people. VS, speaking of code, it's funny that you said that. Girl, get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. VS said those parents got $600,000 and Carmela got a public defender. Well, but from what I was gathering, though, it seemed like that crowdfunding got removed. So I don't know if the parents actually got the money. Also, the notice of appeal was filed, y'all, and Carmelo was transferred to another prison. But it's crazy that VS just said about them being on code, because VS actually took the words right out of my mouth as it relates to what I'm going to talk to y'all about today, because I named this the revolution will be live streamed, because I wanted to have a discussion with y'all, because while I was watching Lemon's replay and like gathering everything this morning, I saw one subby, and this is one subby that I don't even care for that much. I haven't liked her in years. But essentially, she was calling it group think as it relates to Queen 88, saying that everybody needs to stick together and stand up during this time. The lady was up in Lemon's chat calling it group think. And this is a black lady. This is a black lady. So it made me pose the question, group think versus staying on code. Group think versus staying on code, because I feel like that's where the divide is, because you got one group of us that believe that it's staying on code, moving for the same mission, uniting for the goal of it all. But then you got the coons that will say, no, that's group think. I'm not going to do it. What? How the fuck in this day and age do black people not understand that staying on code does not equate group think? Or do you feel like group think and staying on code are one and the same? VS just pointed out the fact that Asian people stay on code with each other. But meanwhile, black people can't stay on code with each other because we got detractors within the midst that's calling it group think and refusing to be on code because of group think. It's not group think. It's not group think. Okay, Dre Day, I'll catch that interview. I ain't seen the interview about the Breakfast Club. So DG Justin said the prison he was transferred is owned by a family member of Austin. What's good, Michelle? Good morning. Huh. Y'all, let me go to my first point here that I was going to tell y'all about. 1 second. So here we go. Cause yeah, this was exactly the line that I was about to go down about the staying on code here, because the group think, when the person said group think, it really was off putting to me. And so I have to ask y'all as it relates to the group think, and please like the video if you've not. Groupthink is a psychological phenomenon where the desire for harmony and conformity within a group results in irrational, uncritical decision making. Suppress dissent. Hold on. Members suppress dissenting viewpoints and ignore potential risks to maintain consensus. So it's staying on code groupthink. What are y'all's thoughts? Because that's what the lady called it. I think groupthink is such a negative way to think about it, but I believe that that's the heart of why we can't seem to get on the same page, because some people thinking it's groupthink while other people think it's not. So the key characteristics, according to research by psychologists Irvin Janis, groupthink exhibits several identified symptoms. Illusion of invulnerability. Groups develop excessive optimism, encouraging extreme risk taking. Self-censorship. Individuals stifle their own doubts or counter arguments to avoid rocking the boat. Pressure on pressure on dissenters. Direct pressure is applied to any member who expresses doubts about the group's shared illusions. Mind guards. Certain members take on the role of protecting the group from adverse information that might shatter their complacency. Notable examples. Historically, groupthink has been used to explain major policy failures. Famous case studies, often cited by psychologists, include the Bay of Pigs invasion, the escalation of the Vietnam War. Now, let me go to the other side of things. The other side of it is staying on code. Staying on code. VS, I could probably put a poll like that. Yeah, I'll put a poll like that in a few. Okay, so the slang phrase on code means being deeply aligned with a specific set of rules, behaviors, or unspoken expectations. It is often used to describe someone who is fiercely loyal, in the zone, acting correctly according to their environment, or strictly following a personal or neighborhood moral code. Primary meanings: acting correctly or in the zone. When someone is on code, they are operating exactly as they should be, doing what is expected of them, executing a plan, or performing at a high level. Loyalty and trust: it signifies that someone is reliable and will not break the unwritten rules of loyalty to their friends, crew, or environment. Code switching: Occasionally, it overlaps with adjusting one's behavior or speaking style to seamlessly fit in with a different culture or social norms. Common variations: being on code, staying on code, code. Then it speaks about the Urban Dictionary as far as being on code. Now, when you look at the definition about groupthink versus the definition about being on code, I do see some similarities in both terms. But I think the problem is a good portion of the Black community views it as groupthink and they are against group thinking. And then a good portion of the Black community views it as staying on code and they want everybody to be on code. There are some people that refuse. Now, I did find another term via Google, or not term, but another explanation via Google here that I'm about to share as well with y'all. Thank y'all for y'all's patience. Please like the video. Stay on code means sticking to a specific, often unspoken set of rules, cultural behaviors, or messaging expected by a specific group. It means acting, speaking, or thinking in alignment with the community standards and not revealing internal strategies to outsiders. Depending on the context, the word code holds different meanings. Cultural and social solidarity in online and urban spaces, code refers to a community shared rules, cultural norms, or survival tactics. Staying on code means keeping private matters within the community and acting in solidarity. Which, when I look at them saying it, survival tactics of it, can Black people agree to submit to groupthink if it is for survival? Like, if the survival of the Black community and the Black race, the Black American race, was dependent on people potentially submitting into groupthink so that they could stay on code, is that a sacrifice that they are willing to make? Would they think? Would they be willing to make that sacrifice? What's good, Yvonne, a member? Yvonne said, I really salute 88 and K Feet for their content regarding the trial, just keeping it real. Just keeping it 100. Malik said, I saw the father's response. It was interesting. Yeah, I'm going to get on the father too, Malik. I saw that as well. What's good, Peaches? What's good to everybody? Yeah, I heard about the father over there showing his ass over there up on X, aka Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter. And let's see, somebody said Yuri J Dunn Groupthink is a subsidiary of DJT 4547 and Elon Musk. The end. Let me continue. So, code switching. People of color frequently code switch by changing their dialect, language, or appearance to fit into mainstream, predominantly white, professional environments. Staying on code means successfully maintaining this professional mask. Medical code status. Okay, so that's a different one. And then military. Okay, those are different. Okay, so we got those right there. So we got those right there. What do y'all think? Is there a difference between groupthink and staying on code? Is there a difference? One last thing that I did want to share with y'all as well. And then I'll be finished with my presentations. Please like the video if y'all have not. Get my likes up. Thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated. What's good, William? Good morning. I want to share with y'all this short article that I found. And I thought that it was important for me to share this with y'all because it's by one of my cousins, clearly. The person who wrote this name, Amina Dunn. They got to be related to me somewhere down the line. Amina Dunn. But okay, it says younger college educated Black Americans are most likely to feel need to code switch. Black and Hispanic. Now, see, the one thing that I can't stand about this already is that it's saying Black and Hispanic Americans. What you see already up in this article, the way this article is lined out, they are putting us with Hispanics. No, we don't be with Hispanics. We need our own article. Stop trying to pair us with people of color. That is a problem. Even in this article, right away, first sentence, they are trying to pair us with the Hispanics. No, because the Hispanics are the ones that actually voted for Trump to get Trump up in there. No, the Hispanics don't give a damn. There was probably Hispanics up on that jury that just sentenced Carmelo Anthony to guilty to first degree murder as well as 35 years in prison. We don't need to be paired with the Hispanics, but for whatever reason, they can't just let us have an article by ourselves with the Black Americans. It got to be Black and Hispanic Americans. I hope y'all paying attention. Good morning, E-Money member. Good morning to the Miss O member. Good morning to everybody coming in. Please like the video if you've not. Anyway, I'm going to read the article, but I just wanted to pinpoint to y'all that they already trying to group us with the Hispanics. Black and Hispanic Americans are more likely than their white counterparts to say they are at least sometimes feel the need to change the way they express themselves when they are around people with different racial and ethnic backgrounds, a phenomenon sometimes called code switching. And Black college graduates, particularly those under 50, are especially likely to feel this is necessary. Overall, 4 in 10 Black and Hispanic adults and a third of whites say they often or sometimes feel the need to change the way they talk around others of different races and ethnicities, according to a survey conducted earlier this year by the Pew Research Center. Among Black adults, 48% of those with at least a 4-year college degree say they often or sometimes feel the need to code switch, compared with 37% of those who do not have a college degree. Among Hispanic and white adults, there are no significant differences by education. Black adults who do not have a college degree are nearly twice as likely as Black college graduates to say they never feel the need to code switch. 38% versus 20%. In addition to educational differences, age plays a role when it comes to code switching amongst Black Americans. Younger Black adults are more likely than their older counterparts to report feeling the need to report feeling the need to switch how they express themselves when they are amongst people of different racial or ethnic backgrounds. This age gap is particularly apparent among Black adults with college degrees. 53% of Black college graduates under age 50 say they often or sometimes change how they express themselves around people with different racial and ethnic backgrounds, compared with 38% of Black college graduates ages 50 and older. A separate Pew Research Center study in early 2019 found differences by education level in Black Americans' experiences with racial discrimination. Although although overwhelming majorities of Black adults of all education levels say they have personally experienced discrimination or been treated unfairly because of their race or ethnicity, those with at least some college experience are more likely to say this than those with a high school education or less. What do y'all think about that? And y'all, they show my cousin's picture at the bottom, Amina Dunn. But I wish Amina Dunn, I wish you would have left the Hispanics out of the article. We don't need them a part of the article. Take them out of the article and just keep it on us. Keep the focus on us. This is quite fascinating. These graphs and stuff. And this article is actually from 2019, y'all. So this article is almost 10 years old. Almost 10 years old. So can you imagine in 2026 what these stats look like in 2026? This article came out in September 24th, 2019. Now, the reason why I felt necessary to talk about that is because it relates to staying on code. Just based on that article alone, I feel like the people who know how to code switch or who are forced to code switch in their day-to-day professional lives are the ones that understand the importance of staying on code, whereas the less educated, in my opinion, of the Black community are the ones that view it as groupthink. They don't realize that staying on code is to help the Black community as a whole. You know, that's my thought. Now, I did look into an interview by Carmelo's parents in which they said that they picked a white attorney to represent their son because they felt like the white attorney would be able to interact more with the white people within the court system. In their opinion, they needed a white attorney who could mix and mingle with the white judges, the white DA, the white officials, and everything, instead of choosing a Black attorney that could relate to the plight of their son. It's funny how they chose an attorney that could relate to everyone else versus choosing an attorney that could relate to them. Why not choose an attorney that could relate to you and your son instead of getting an attorney that could relate to everybody else? Also, as it relates to Jeff Metcalf, I did see where he was on Twitter spewing out hatred. I also saw the clip where he was calling Carmelo the watermelon felon. And it appears that him calling Carmelo the watermelon felon, it just lets me know that the racism and hate that his children possess were taught by him, just to see how the father is acting online as it relates to Black people and as it relates to Carmelo, the lack of maturity that he has, that lets me know that he was already teaching Austin and Hunter this type of attitude and mentality as it relates to Black people, which makes me even more believe that Carmelo was telling the truth when he said that they were bullying him and saying, you know, want him to get out and get out this and get out there, trying to boss him around. So the father, Dre Day, he did a whole Twitter rant after the verdict came in. Like, he's been doing a lot of gloating on social media, which is why I say the revolution will be live streamed, because right now we have the revolution being live streamed with Hunter's parents over there, specifically the daddy, spewing out a lot of racist bullshit, talking about slavery and how Black people need to get over it because that was over 400 years ago and that don't have anything to do with what's going on in 2026. He also talked about the guilt of Carmelo Anthony and said that Carmelo Anthony is a watermelon felon, whatever that means. But then we also have on the other side of the revolution, Queen 88 and Neek at Night and the Black women holding it down in this revolution as it relates to what we have going on today. Whereas the Black men are either sitting at home gossiping on their computer like a little hoe ass bitch, or they decide to show up out there and be a detractor. They be a detractor, bothering the Black women that's out there actually trying to fight for something. Want to drag an outfit, want to drag what she got on, talking about her hair, talking about the way her body is built, talking about how she look. They ain't helping the problem while they being out there. They just out there taking up space and being in the motherfucking way. So with the advent of technology and social media, this day in 2026, y'all, we are seeing the revolution on a scale that we never would have been privy to before. It used to be that saying the revolution will not be televised. Well, now we don't even watch television anymore. Hello. We don't even watch television anymore because most of the time the media has already geared the narratives in a certain particular way anyway. But we are paying attention to the live streams because the live streams is where you're going to get the true facts of the situation. They already saying that people been tampering with the court transcript. Like they were saying that because the court was so corrupt and the individuals within the court was so corrupt that they feel like the transcript may be tampered with. Even Queen 88 did a live in which I guess it's some white man named Jake Lang that ended up getting arrested for terroristic threats out there because he had made a threat about Queen 88, but then he also made a threat about Carmelo, saying if Carmelo was found not guilty and released out of the jail, that he was going to finish Carmelo off. And he said all this in front of the motherfucking media, in front of all the live streamers and broadcasters out there in front of the courthouse, and he said it in front of the police. Even to the point to where 88 had to call that mess out and say, hold up, you heard him make this threat about Carmelo out here and y'all ain't gonna do nothing? And fool didn't get arrested. It wasn't until he left the protest and ended up boarding his plane to go back home that he was finally arrested. But now he is arrested, and they say that Jack Lane, who is also one of the January 8th people or the January 6th people, y'all remember the Trump people stormed the Capitol on January 6th? Jack Lane is one of the people that was a part of that, and he was pardoned by Trump for all of that bull mess. Well, he's been out there being a detractor as well, and he placed a terroristic threat about Carmelo. And as he boarded his plane to go back home from the Dallas area, he was arrested on the plane, escorted off the plane, and taken into police custody. And now they are saying that he currently has a $1 million bond in order for him to get out. Queen 88 is taking ownership of, which she ain't bragging like, hey, she need credit. No, she not doing that. But she was saying that she feel like she did something. She made a change with something because she was end up able to get that man arrested. Because it was during her live streaming when he did place that threat about Carmelo, and she called it out. And on live streams, live television, live everything, she called it out in front of the authorities that he had placed that threat. So the authorities didn't have no choice but to go ahead and act on that. If you didn't act on that terroristic threat that he clearly made in front of the masses of everybody, then you would really be showing even more corruption than we already seen. Now, one thing that I will say on a less serious note, y'all, 88 had killed me in her live because she was first off calling to check in on Carmelo. Y'all, she was calling up there trying to make sure he was eating his food, trying to make sure he was doing good, trying to make sure that he didn't need anything. And she was actually telling them people that that was her nephew. She was saying that she is his auntie, but she was calling to check on him. But specifically, she killed me because Queen 88's daddy was there with her when she was on the live stream, and her daddy was like, if I'm not mistaken, I think I got a couple of open warrants over there in Collin County. He was like, well, I could go over there and turn myself in if you want. And Queen 88, her eyes lit up and she was like, Daddy, you would do that? You would turn yourself in, Daddy? Yeah, Daddy, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and turn yourself in so you could check on him, Daddy. At least then if you turn yourself in and you get up in there with him, then you could check on him and you can make sure that he all right. And you can make sure that they not bullying him up in there. Y'all, I witnessed Queen 88 and her daddy have a real life serious conversation about whether or not he should turn himself in on one of his outstanding warrants so that he could then be put in the jail so that he could check on Carmelo. And they seriously spoke back and forth about this for easily about 2 or 3 minutes. And then finally her daddy snapped out of it and was like, "You was really willing to sacrifice your daddy for Carmelo?" Yeah, I bust out laughing because she was really ready to give her daddy, hand her daddy over for him to be up in there checking on the Carmelo. And then I'm like, "You gonna hand your daddy over?" Yes, yes, Malik. I'm like, "You gonna hand your daddy over to the cops for him to get up in there to check on Carmelo, only for the next morning they done transferred Carmelo out." I said, now that would have been just some bullshit. If your daddy had really went over there, called himself, turning himself in to go check on the boy, only for them to transfer him up out of the prison to somewhere else. But then I thought it was funny that they really got warrants going on over there to where they could decide if they want to turn themselves in to go check on somebody. Like the fuck? This is what we doing in Texas. This is what we doing in the Mo 3 sector, that you want to go check on somebody, make sure they doing all right, make sure they done ate. So you gonna call your daddy and tell him to turn himself in so he could go over there and be on the job firsthand on the case. Like what? Even I heard Queen 88 up on her live was like, "I'm trying to see if one of my baby daddies is up in that jail." And she actually went to calling around trying to see if she had one of her baby daddies up in that jail to check on her. Y'all just imagine. Just imagine that you could go through your Rolodex of baby daddies and be like, "Well, this baby daddy is not at that. This baby daddy is in Harris County. This baby daddy is in Collin County. Oh, I got this baby daddy that's over there in Houston County. This baby daddy is in." I mean, come on now. But she was sure doing it, trying to see about this boy. And this is the reason why Rainwater was saying that she was too invested, because Rainwater said that she would be willing to sell out her own daddy to go check on the boy. Y'all, let me go to y'all's comments. Let me see what in the hell y'all saying over here. Y'all, that mess was crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, let's see. Okay. What's good, Cassie? You, Cassie, you said what kind of ghetto mess? Girl, it was so funny. I couldn't believe it myself. And what's good to God Mama? How you doing, God Mama? Thank you for joining me. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Dunniverse. It's great to have you here. Put your feet up. Okay. So Angela said, "I appreciate you doing your research for your commentary. Thank you." So Peaches said, "For those of you in the Dallas area, those judges are voted for. Y'all need to vote this fall." Malik couldn't believe what they was doing. Yes, that live is funny as hell. Okay, y'all laugh about this, but Nazis are saying things like they'll make sure the right guy has money on his books to handle that kid. He's gonna need protection for and for us to keep our eyes on him. Oh wow. So they got people on the inside that they want to bother him. Sonya said, "I'm right here in Dallas. I stay prepared for any and everything." Wow. Now, y'all, one thing too, the lady Candace, Dr. Candace Matthews, I had never heard of her before, but I ended up watching her video yesterday, and Dr. Candace Matthews was talking about he wasn't in protective custody when Queen 88 last called VS, because Queen 88 called pretend like she was his auntie. He wasn't in protective custody, but he had not gone to general population yet because they had just transferred him. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they said once they get transferred, it take like up to 72 hours for him to get fully processed in. And then I think once he get processed in, then I don't know if he going to be in protective custody or not. I don't know. I think he might be in general population, but I'm not sure. But she been calling up there posing as his auntie to try to get more information. And then she even tried to pass her phone number to the guards to give to him, but they won't do that. So she was asking about putting money up on his book so that he could get the tablet, and she gonna send him the email. She gonna send him an email to the tablet with her phone number to see if he could call her. Now, 88 said that he knows who she is, that Carmelo know who she is, and so do Carmelo parents. Which I said that's one positive about 88 going viral like she done been, because Carmelo know who she is if he done glanced at the news and seen this crazy ass woman doing the most on his behalf. But then even the parents know of her. So that's the good sign. That's a good sign that you know, that's a positive. That at least they know who she is. And so she gonna try to see. Oh, let me see what Malik said. Once he is classified, he will be in the population, not protective custody. Okay. And then Yvonne said, Texas is wild. I did not realize what goes on there, but I'm being educated, updated, and appreciate those who are doing so. Thank you to all. Oh, I'm glad that you learning something. But yeah, so Malik is saying that he don't think he gonna be in protective custody, which I figured. Just because Town said such a horrible situation on both sides. And then Kimberly Black is saying they transfer Anthony the same day to prison, which is very uncommon. Are they set Anthony up to get murked in prison. Hopefully someone in prison will not let the skinheads touch him. Child, ain't this some stuff? Only in America. But yeah, with the Candace Matthews stream that I did take a look at, I had not heard of her until yesterday. But y'all, that woman was going viral yesterday. Where her video, by the time I got to her video to watch it, it showed that her video had been hyped so many times on YouTube that she was number 96 in the algorithm. Number 96, because the whole hype feature of YouTube allows you to hype the video to get to the top 100 videos of YouTube. And that Candace Matthews video got hyped so much yesterday that it made to number 96 on the top 100 videos on YouTube, which is insane. That means that it was a lot of people sharing that damn video at a certain time yesterday for her to be able to rise to the rank to number 96 on the top 100 videos of YouTube for yesterday. But either way, when I listened to her, she did bring out some information as it relates to the DA that was on this case, as well as the judge who resided on this case. And what she has alleged, according to their court records and background history, that one was engaged in some type of sexual misconduct and was being qualified as a sex offender, and then the other was engaged in some type of child abuse. Um, and she brought out the documents, and she basically said if they can convict Carmelo and call him a murderer, then she can call each of them out for what they have been accused of or convicted of. And so she started bringing out all of this legal background information on the DA and the judge in her press conference. Um, Queen 88, this is where Ratchet them. I saw Ratchet and Rainwater say Queen 88 was doing too much, because now Queen 88 is out there on the front lines with a Candace Matthews, or trying to collab with those people. But Ratchet and Rainwater is saying that they scared because, or they didn't say they were scared because of course they wouldn't admit to being scared, but they essentially said that's doing too much, because when you start calling out the DA and the judge about different things, then shit can get real. Well, yes, shit can get real, but why in the hell is you gonna let 88 be more brave and more courageous than you? And it's like, but them the same ones that'll go hard in the paint for Mo3, but then they can't go hard in the paint for Carmelo. Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. Cause it don't. When it's time to go hard for a Carmelo, they gonna step back and leave it to Queen 88 and the black woman. But they'll go hard for Mo3. They'll stay on code as it relates to Mo 3. Who got Mo 3? They gonna retaliate about Mo 3. But they ain't gonna retaliate about this that's going on with this 19-year-old boy now. It's wild. It's wild. These are our people. Now, I am here to let me make sure. Yep. Outside of the Dr. Candace Matthews, I did want to ask y'all if y'all thought that that was doxing what she did. Like when she brought this judge and DA information out to the forefront with these allegations, charges, convictions, things like that that they have on their background, would y'all consider that doxing? Because of course in the beef sector, y'all call every motherfucking thing doxing. So did Dr. Candace Matthews dox the judge and the DA over there during her press conference? If she did dox the judge and the DA during her press conference, do y'all believe that she will have some type of legal repercussion? Because during her press conference, would y'all say that she gave that information out of malicious intent? I mean, we argue about the levels of doxing on here every single day. And now we just saw this woman legally bring out this information at a press conference in front of the entire nation, entire the whole world. And again, via live stream. The revolution will be live streamed because Candace Matthews on her side of the revolution, she live streamed it and let us all know this. Y'all must understand that we don't need the revolution to be televised any longer because we are no longer watching TV. All we need is grassroots, boots on the ground, streamer, vlogger, and we get to see everything that we need to see. And we get to see it unaltered. It's a beautiful thing. So Candace Matthews brought all that information, but like, what do you think that the judges can then retaliate against her bringing this information to the forefront? Will her bringing this information to the forefront make a difference at all in Texas? Because they did say that re-election is coming up as far as these officials go. Like I think the re-election for the DA is coming up, the re-election for the judge, the re-election for a few people. My question is, now that she brought this information out, is it going to make any changes? Is it going to change anything? So Miss B said that wasn't doxing. There was no personal information. Those are public records. You just have to know where to look. Jasmine Crockett already put that info out. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Miss B. Thank you for answering. And so Kimberly Black did say that she was familiar. Let's see. Kimberly Black. Okay, where was that comment? I lost my place here. Ciao. Oh, Kimberly Black says she is very familiar with Matthew. She is very prominent. She is a very prominent Black activist in Houston. Okay. And then Malik is saying Judge Roach has 6 months to retire. Keep that in mind. Interesting. All of this is crazy. It truly is. But that was my last point that I did want to make about everything that I witnessed and saw. A lot of it was very much Carmelo heavy because I've been pretty much consumed with the after effect of this. I'm happy that they did put the notice of appeal so soon. I think now they are saying though that they still need to raise the money in order to be able to get Carmelo the best appeal the best appellate attorney and appellant team that they can get him. The parents seem to now be remorseful that they didn't get, or not remorseful. Remorseful is not the right word, but they seem to regret. They regret that they didn't get a black lawyer. So hopefully going forward, they will get a Black lawyer to help with the appeals. I'll go ahead and drop my link because I still got a couple of more minutes if anybody would like to join. And while we do that, I did need to go ahead and wish y'all a happy Pride Month. So I did want to take a brief moment to give y'all a happy Pride Month from Zulu, Lemon, and the Billy Goat. Okay, so Dreamy Genie Blue said, I still don't understand why they got a YouTube, a white lawyer. When people put YT on here, I automatically think YouTube. I don't know why people start saying white with the YT because I be thinking that that's the abbreviation for YouTube and not white. But you don't understand why they got the white lawyer to begin with. Okay, I think this is Bertha May, but let me double check. Okay, yeah, it's Bertha May. Hold on one second, Bertha May. Let me give me a little banner up just to make sure now, just to make sure. We'll go ahead and put, oh, this was fitting because you gave me a donation this morning. Is this you, Bertha May?
Yes, done. It's me. You want me to come a camera on?
No, you ain't gotta. No, you ain't gotta cut your camera on. Okay, let me put this out. Okay, good morning. How in the hell are ya?
Good morning. How in the hell are you? I'm great.
That's good. Yeah,
I
I gotta do a few things today, so I got a little bit more time to be on here. That's why I dropped the link. But what you gotta say, Bertha? I ain't heard you weigh in. Normally you'll weigh in about this mess. And
yeah,
you over there in Texas with all
I'm
this
in the
hogwash.
I'm in the great state of Texas, but I don't think the same way as y'all think, okay?
Okay.
So my opinion is opposite of a lot of people on here. So, I stay to when it comes to that situation. Listen, let's go ahead and be honest. I'm gonna let y'all know I'm older than a lot of y'all, and I just had two boys graduate, 18 and 19,
Mm-hmm.
what last week. I'm telling you, I tell my boys too, do not combat any situation. I mean, you can walk away from any situation and you'll be alive. You'll be safe to come home and we can fight together, whatever happened. Now, I know y'all say that he was bullied and all of that. I have a child that was a bully, not bullied, is a bully. And I know that you can walk away. I mean, he was cornered and all of that. But if we teach our young men that you ain't always got to be violent, you can walk away. You don't have to combat every situation. Now, if I would have seen those boys, yeah, you go let them know, you go huff and puff, but guess what? You come home to tell mama and daddy the story and you still be free and alive. And I know people want to be out there and advocating for them. Are they advocating for their own kids? I'm talking about these people out there, these stanks. And I'm saying they stinks. They out there acting a damn fool for this child while they kids out there doing crime and doing shit right now. I'm telling you, I know these people, kids is out there doing bullshit right now, but they worried about somebody else's child. So you got to worry about home first. Worry about sweeping around your front door before you worry about somebody else's child. See, if you teach your children within your home, the situation could have went totally different. Now I know y'all, ooh, 88, she's the hero. But she got what, 17, 18, 19 kids with half of their own. Or you out there advocating and acting an ass for this other child. But what are you doing? And that's for everybody. That's just a general statement. Because I have boys. I've raised boys and I've raised girls. I'm telling you, if it starts at home, I know I'm
Okay.
probably.
So now, Bertha, I understand your stance, and y'all please like the video. It's a lot of y'all up in here and not liking this damn video. Thank you. Don't make me cuss on this great Friday morning. Okay, so Bertha, I understand your perspective, especially given the fact that you live there. You've raised boys there. You've raised children there. I get that. However, there is a message, a clear message being sent that if you walk away, you can get fucked up and wind up dead. But then if you actually stay and defend yourself, then you could be locked away for 35 years, if not more.
Defend yourself by what? By when they come in there, you can simply walk away, or you can make a decision right there. Mama is in your head. What are you gonna do? You gonna make a decision to pull out something, and or you gonna come home and let mama know that some boys, and we all can, you know. I'm not saying that, listen, 35 years, that's a long time to give anybody. I personally know Candace Matthews. If I could tell y'all the truth, I mean, I stand with Candace in some ways. I'm
Mhm.
telling you, I stand with Candace, but a lot of things I don't stand with her. When I'm telling you, when you take somebody's life, I don't give a damn. I'm telling you, I gave birth to a bully. You take his life, I'm gonna fight to the end for mine. But I'm telling you, we gotta install. It gotta come from home. You can walk away. You can walk away. And if they don't have the opportunity to walk away, well, you just gotta stand and fight. I mean, why can't you pull out your hands and fight? I'm telling you, you don't have to pull out a gun. You don't have to pull out. I'm telling you, if you use your knuckles and fight, you can come home. You can live to see another day. That's all I'm saying. There's other options than to take the next person's life. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, 1 second, Bertha. We just got somebody to click the link back here. Let me put the banner real quick. Well, actually, let's see. Peaches.
Hey, Jay Don.
Uh huh. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Y'all forgive me. I'm just waking up, so
Okay. Okay.
and I'm on vacation. But I
Who is this
it's a lot
whispering?
of
Her
I
name
th-
Peaches. She says she
it's
just woke
pictures.
up. She on vacation.
Okay, me. I mean, okay.
I
Good
started
morning.
we're out of school, so I can sleep in. Listen, it's a lot of
Okay.
nuance to this, and it's a lot of questions that I have. Now I'm not saying that Carmelo is fully innocent. But however, speaking from an educator and going to different school events, my question is first of all, where were the adults in the stand? Where are the adults? And if it was
Room shaker.
raining, if it's
It's me,
raining,
J. John.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Peaches.
Good morning,
okay,
Room Shaker.
okay, good morning, room shaker. If it's raining, when he went up under the tent. Okay, well first of all, let me back up. They said that he asked the boy that was already up under the tent if he could go up under the tent. The boy
Mhm.
said yes. They were carrying on a conversation. Okay,
Mhm.
so now with that carrying on a conversation, his Carmelo's mind is not on trying to do anything. They're just talking, doing what teenage boys do at that time. Now,
Oh my God.
if the other guy, Metcalf, came up to him and told him to move, that to me, why would he have to move? Metcalf is another child. Metcalf is not no one in authority to tell him to move. In classrooms, as a teacher, if another child tells another child to move and that child don't move, you cannot make that child move. You can't put your hands on that child. Now, if Metcalf would have got an adult and the adult would have told him to move, adult of supervision would have told him to move, that would have been a different thing. But another child telling another child to move, that does not give him the right to do anything to Carmelo. If he wanted Carmelo to move from there, he should have gotten an another authorized adult to have him to move. That's how things are supposed to be handled when you are at a school function. So it's a lot of layers to this that I see that could have gone another way. Now, another thing, I was thinking, and I have heard that there are tapes from the event at what happened. Metcalf and his brother, his twin brother, were not the only ones that were involved in that fight with him, with Carmelo. It was like two or three, four other boys that were with them and that had fought him, with Carmelo being the only one. And then you have a group of other boys jumping you. What would be your defense? How would you handle that? Because from my understanding, that boy didn't put a hand on anybody. Yes, words were said. As always in the classroom, I'm just going off of being an educator and being and dealing with students. You can say anything to a child or anything to another student, but don't you put your hands on them. Now, if that child has something to say, and that child needs to let the adult know, hey, this child is bothering me. So I don't understand why there were not any adults around, because normally to supervise children, especially in the high school level, you should have adults around at all times so an adult can intervene in that situation. Excuse me. Had there been an adult there, I think a lot of this would not even be had. All of this would not even had occurred. So I'm just saying, we you need, just don't put everything on Carmelo, because everything did not occur or did not happen the way it should have happened, because some supervision from adults should have been in that stand. So I don't want everybody just to put saying that Carmelo should not have put his hand on him, but Carmelo did not lay a hand on anybody until a hand was laid on him.
Thank you for that, Peaches. And actually, there was somebody that had left me a comment on one of my videos about this a couple of days back, and they did say that normally underneath the tent there is either a coach or a parent there supervising and looking after everybody's belongings, and that was not the case for this. But then also with Bertha was saying that Carmelo should have walked away, given the fact that it was bad weather and rain and stuff out there, which I don't know how bad the weather was because I was not there. But okay, let's say there is a thunderstorm going on. You want him to walk away into the rain and go where?
Wait a minute. Hold up. Because somebody said too that I raised a bully. No, I'm not saying that I raised a bully. We're loud, we're boisterous. So sometimes I can come to someone as being bullyish. I'm not saying my kid was a bully, but I raised plenty of boys. And I tell each one of my boys, if you ever come in contact with the police, don't argue with them folks. Allow them to, and you can make it home. Mama, we can take care of it from in-house. We'll get them. But see, if you out there fighting on your own, mama can't save you. But I promise you, if you make it home, I promise you, I will fight, listen, for my children, every single one of them. But I'm telling you, everybody talking about what he should have did, what he could have did and stuff. Talk about what should be done right now. Right now. Let's talk about what they go do and how they go do it right now. Right now. We can't talk about what he should have did, what he could have did. All of that is dead and gone. All three of all my boys, all my boys ain't, I mean, I'm telling y'all this. There's a right way and a wrong way. I mean, you can't put everything on where parents should have been under the tent and this and that. Okay, so what are y'all gonna do now? Everybody's speaking on it. What are y'all gonna do now?
Well, look at this
Okay,
though,
so Miss
Bertha May.
Bertha,
Hold
so
on, but
Miss,
I
wait one
mean, I
second,
don't want
Peaches.
slow
Hold on,
talking and
hold on. Look at
okay.
this. So Code is saying at the high school, where he taught a high schooler drowned while the team went to the lake. Every adult involved with that particular trip was fired immediately.
So what y'all gonna do now? I mean, y'all.
Okay,
Everybody
so
can talk
Miss
about what they coulda, shoulda, woulda done. I
Well,
mean,
I guess the main point that he is posing is that the fact that no adults or teachers were there at the time and this resulted in the death of someone, why was there no firing or some type of um
school responsibility, because the
right.
school need to be held
Stacy,
accountable.
you said
Be-
I'm in
Facts.
Texas. You
They're
damn right.
liable.
I'm in Texas, and you ask me what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make sure that all my boys that I raised never have to go down that path. See, I take care of home first before I step outside and get in other folk business. I'm telling you,
okay.
I'm making sure that mine don't never have to pull out
Okay.
anything and stab nobody or have to be behind bars. That's what I'm doing.
Okay,
That's
so
what
Miss
I'm doing.
Bertha. So Miss Bertha May, in addition to you doing that, another thing you could do is to this fall, if not y'all don't have any runoffs or primary, research your judges that research your candidates for your judges that are running in Dallas. Because if I'm not mistaken, when he appealed, the appeal process is going to come up in Dallas, in the Dallas area. And y'all have judges that
Well,
are running right
Bertha
now.
May is in Houston.
We do. We vote our
Okay.
Bertha May is
judges.
in
We
Houston.
vote our judges and stuff in. So if they don't want it, I'm telling you, go to the poll. See, I'm at the poll. See, y'all don't understand. My my grown kids and I, we do it as a event. We go to the poll together.
Okay.
I vote. I'm talking about every election. I don't even care if I don't know those people. I be on there looking and researching. I vote. I
Yes,
vote. So
because
the people who don't vote, that's the people who don't vote be the loudest, most boisterous people. I'm telling you, I vote every time.
well,
I'm
well,
gonna
I
My
talk
am
about
so
it
bonus.
tomorrow.
glad. I'm so glad because I'm gonna say this quick piece because I want to get this out, y'all, and then I'm gonna let y'all have it. But I'm glad that you do vote, Miss Bertha, because everyone who does not vote, you are going to receive an outcome as this because that judge wrote, he was voted for. A lot of these people was voted for. The DA is voted for. In Texas, your appeals courts, they are voted for, these judges. So if you want to make a change, y'all have got to vote because there in the America that we are living in now, that is the only way we can make a change. Sitting back complaining, that is not going to get you anywhere but in the shape that we are in right now. So
Correct.
I advise y'all to go vote, research these candidates because especially over that's the best way that we can help Carmelo is to change out those judges that are in
Sorry,
the appeals court.
I'm gonna help my boys first before I jump out there and get off on somebody
Hey,
else.
Bertha May. Okay,
Yeah.
can I speak?
Okay.
Because I'm
Yeah,
trying to be
go ahead. Go
patient.
ahead,
All right,
Raven
y'all
Shaker.
have a good day. Y'all
All right.
have a good
Thank
Okay,
day.
Peaches, you
all right,
too.
thank you, Peaches.
All right,
Thank you for
pictures in
coming up,
her.
Peaches. Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna drop you, Peaches.
I'm gonna say that I'm glad that this happened in a place like Texas, because in Chicago or Memphis or even Mississippi, that boy wouldn't have had a chance. Because nowadays kids ain't toting pocket knives. Now you still got some of the older generation that tote they pocket knives for their safety or if needed they have it. But nowadays kids are toting guns, and if them boys was sitting there bullying him, I done heard black people say he should have just took that ass whooping. What made them entitled to even chastise that boy? Half of the times we don't even want our parents hitting on us, and they got the right because they birthed us. So it's a lot of people making statements that I'm kind of offended by because yeah, I don't play like that. But I felt like he had the right to stand his ground. The laws of Texas said he moved within the rights of the law. They said he did not have to leave. He did not have to de-escalate the situation. I feel like once a lick his past, you cannot tell nobody how to defend themselves. And since he was outnumbered, whatever odds he had to take to make sure he came out on the other side, I feel like was right. I feel like he didn't go for the overkill. He just punched the person in the right spot because he only stuck him once. He didn't go back and forth and try to keep punching him. So I feel like they just did it to him because he was black.
Thank you for that, Room Shaker, and
Now
thank you
I
for
totally
patiently
agree with that.
waiting.
I totally agree with that, room shaker. They messed with him because he was a black boy amongst them. All of them, the sea around him was white. I now agree with that, but I agree sometimes we don't always have to fight. We can walk away and get the help. I mean, and they saying that he couldn't walk away because he was surrounded. That's fine.
And he was on stairs, and they say he got epilepsy. So it could
He
have
got
went a
who?
lot of epilepsy.
Uh,
So it could have went a lot of ways. That's what I'm saying. How are you supposed to leave if they box you in and then he push you? That's it's a change. That's actually assault. Once you touch me, that becomes assault. Especially if we ain't seeing eye to eye. Don't touch me, period. So it's a lot of different ways you gotta actually look at it. That okay, why ain't they being held accountable? Like I feel like, and then they said that they can also get they also can receive charges for perjury because they committed perjury during their testimony. They lied about it. And then now that the video that they wanted to sit here and hide done been released and it's coming out in different places, that video gonna go viral. And if they give it to me, I'll run it on my platform. So if you may have it, let me know and I will run it. But go ahead. Well,
First,
okay, then that's another one, Bertha May. Hold on, Jay. I just thought about
okay,
this. They
okay.
walked up recording their actions, so they wanted the world to see what they was finna do to this little black boy.
exactly. But but pay attention. I'm not saying. Let me tell y'all this. Maybe y'all don't understand when I say I'm not saying that it was okay for any of that. Any of that. It should have been adults around. It should have been, could have been, would have been. But what are we teaching our boys? Right now, you got a child that's dead. I don't care what color he is. And you got a child that's gonna go away. But I'm telling you, Texas prisons, y'all don't know. You got a child that's going away for, I don't care if you go away for 5 days. That's still somebody, baby. So what are we gonna teach our kids? What do we do right now? That's all I'm asking. What do we do right now?
Jay Don, I sent you something on Instagram because the daddy is showing his racism. He's calling Carmelo Anthony the watermelon felon.
Yeah, I talked about that towards the
Okay.
end. But let me see what you had sent. Did you send the video?
Yes, I did.
Huh, let me see. Oh, okay. And this I might be able to play this. Hold on, let me see. Let me go to my Instagram messages and try to see if I can pull it up. And I should
And
be able to play it.
I
Let's
think
see.
people don't understand actually too what I'm saying. Okay, that happened. Now what are we gonna do? You got a child dead and the child going to jail. So what do we do? What are we gonna do right now?
Okay, I will raise my. Okay, you know the way we was raised is tell a teacher. If the teacher don't do nothing, then see if you can make a call home. That's why half of us send our kids to school with cell phones now. And then after that, once we get notified, we take the proper steps to get this resolved. If it's something that can't be resolved with a conversation and talking parents to parents face to face, then I'm gonna make the way I was raised. My mama say, "Don't you better not never come in the house crying about nobody put hands on you and you didn't fight back." So therefore, she will stand there just to make sure that I'm protected and tell that child, if this gonna get this off y'all chest, y'all gotta go ahead and take it to the street. If one fight and y'all decide to jump, everybody, there's no more rules. Everybody got to jump that fight. Couldn't not one person out my household, and I got 13 siblings. If one fought and they was outnumbered, everybody about to fight, and you better not stand there and watch nobody out the house with you get whooped.
I
And if
understand
if you
that
had to pick up a weapon, that's why I say it could have went a lot of different ways, but at least get a
it
little boy
could have
justice.
been. It could have been, but nobody, I don't understand that nobody, I'm asking, so what do we do from right now? What do we do? Well, I mean, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How
For
do
one, we can
we
move out
think?
all the racist towns and put it to where blacks outnumber people. Because I wouldn't live in Mississippi. I wouldn't live in some of these places that is displaying their racism. I was down there for a family event in South Haven, Mississippi, when they turned around and had a lady running for the government official office, and she put nooses up all around the town and say, yes, she will bring lynching back. Yes, she will sit there and be in the front row seat of a lynching. And guess what? They voted her right on in and let her win. She won.
Okay, so hold on one second, y'all. So Room Shaker,
Okay.
I did find the video. So let me go ahead and go over here. Let's see. Go to my Instagram. Don't nobody send me no message. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you?
Wow.
Something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? Something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike? All right. So y'all heard it from the daddy right there. Which I did let y'all know that he had said that, but now y'all got to see it for yourself. Thank you, Room Shaker.
You welcome. But that's why
Oh,
they also say for the parents that's raising kids, if you're capable, hire a tutor or something if you can afford it with the way the economy is set up today. But at some point, homeschooling might be the best option for your child if you are in a racist town or state.
But
mm.
I mean, is that would that be the solution? I mean, that's the only thing I'm asking for right now.
Well,
As
the solution
us,
would be for black
which
folks to start uniting because they everybody is pushing against us that we can't unite for nothing. For once, black folks need to show them that we are more than capable and educated enough to unite as one on
now I
situations that really
totally,
matter.
baby, I totally agree with us holding hands and uniting and being able to stand against something. I'm totally agreeing with that, but we can't just talk about it. We gotta get out there and listen. Like I said, my views, because my mind is a little older than y'all, and I just want to make sure that um this is the only thing I'm saying. We can't always just sit around and talk about what shoulda, coulda, and woulda. If we can sit down and have conversation where somebody, oh, you ignorant because you think that way, you help a person think away how you're thinking. I mean, everybody is just not ignorant. Maybe they might be ignorant to what you're talking about. But my first point of is saving my children. Now, I want to help, but I'm telling you, I don't want to keep hearing about people talking about he was under the tent. It was raining. Okay, that's old. It's done. They gave the man 35 years. So what the hell are we gonna do? What if y'all wanna? I mean, all this talk is just talk. I mean, it's just hot air. What we gonna do? What we gonna
Pray for
do to
his
fight for this
appeal.
young
For
man?
those that truly believe in God can pray for him and hope that he shifts the universe to work in that boy's favor because he didn't do it. I don't feel like it was intentional. He just wanted to stab him to get him up off of him. And then after that, he would have been done because he didn't go for the overkill. He didn't keep sticking. So once again, I feel like he showed emotional restraint because in a situation like that, I would have probably spent around the crowd. But all I'm saying is give him a fair chance.
And you know what? I agree with that totally 100 because one of my boys said he would have stabbed him probably about 9,000, would have went on the stabbing spree and stabbed everybody to show him that he'll YN. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying anything because he got the boy off of him. I'm saying, but what do we do now? I mean, that's the only thing I'm asking.
J.
So are
Don and
we
Link
gonna
being
just
asked
go
for.
on
Okay, thank you for that.
platforms
And
and we just go talk about?
Well, Bertha
Oh,
May, I know you because you were saying, what do we do now? Well,
mhm.
I know being docile and walking away from everything when you don't have to, that's not helping because it's not working.
They
Um,
walk away and they come home and get mama or get to that phone and get daddy. I'm talking about they know we tearing up shit. I don't give a damn. We would have tore up the mama, the daddy, tore down the whole tent. But you can't fight for yourself. I'm telling you, always make it home to your parents, make it to the phone. Then they said he couldn't. And that's fine. But and I understand he had to fight for his life and poke the boy. But what do we do now? What do we do now? I
mhm.
mean, that's the only thing I'm asking. If somebody can tell me, okay, we go down there to the Texas to the Texas border, we do whatever. Okay, I'm listening to that. But all that talking about, well, he should have did. I mean, that's old. That's old. Now they got what about 100 something thousand dollars for him now to fight for his defense. I mean, what are we?
Okay, so Malik is back here. So hold on, let me make sure that that's Malik. And actually, let me put Terry me up here to make sure this Malik.
Not tearing me up there.
Ma-
Girl, you know you
Jay,
wrong.
Malik,
Jay
this
Ooh,
Dunn,
you?
you
Jay
wrong
Dunn,
this
you wrong
morning.
for that. You
You
wrong for
are.
that.
Good morning, Malik.
Okay, I
Hello,
just want to
Good
Malik.
make
morning.
sure.
Ma-
Hey,
Good.
Malik. Good morning.
So, I agree with Bertha May. Where do we go from here? Um, I don't have enough details or know enough about Texas law to really speak on the punishment, but I will say, considering he could have got 99 years,
Yep.
the 35 years, I I'm more cool with versus the 99. Also, the family says in the interview that you haven't saw Jay Don, a lot of things that got me to thinking. Like the dad said, he felt he was being railroaded, and then he still let somebody railroad him. I'm not understanding that at all. Like if I feel like you get ready to railroad me, and it's my son, I'm definitely not gonna let you railroad me. But that's me.
Mhm. Mhm.
Also, the self-defense thing. They say Texas self-defense law is if you feel threatened by a verbal thought that you could use lethal force. That's kind of crazy to me. But again, I don't know the laws of land in Texas. I do know that Texas has one of those real constitutional type things that everybody got a gun in Texas. Everybody got a rifle. So
Right.
Facts, felon and
again,
all.
That's facts. They got them out. I mean, in the stuff. I mean, we still got gun racks in the back of the trucks and stuff. I mean, black people too. So it's just not only white folks. I'm telling you, our kids be walking around 9 years old and stuff with guns, talking about they white. I mean, it's a different. I mean, it's a different. It's different down here. I'm telling you,
so
it's
now, but
different.
the biggest part I do agree with Bertha May is if he had a chance to get out of there, get out of there. But again, I've heard so many variations of the story. I
He
don't know what's right and what's wrong.
he didn't have a chance to get out of there. They boxed him in. And he told when the dude pushed him, he said, "Push me again and see what happened." Then he pulled out the knife, stabbed him, and ran. So
Okay, so
therefore,
hold.
go
So
ahead.
now you just said he didn't have a chance to get out of there. They boxed him in, and then he said, "Push me again, and you'll see what happened." Then he stabbed him and ran away. So why couldn't he ran away after they pushed him the first time?
Hmm.
He was boxed in. It was more than that, boy. That's why I'm saying that it was
So
four people.
so Rum Shaker, hold on. He stabbed one person and then was able to run away, according to what you said, right? So
Okay, Malik,
now,
common sense. The boy
oh,
fell.
okay,
So once the boy fell, they was worried about their white leader being dropped. Go ahead.
okay. So once again, if he was able to run, he only stabbed one person. Now you from I think you Chicago. If you
Chicago,
stab,
Illinois.
if you stab one person in Chicago and there's six others, they gonna get on top of that ass. Pardon me, Jay Dunn. They gonna get with you. So
If
now
they
again,
black,
so
that's why I said I would have spit
okay,
around the crowd. But yeah, it only took one to make them fall back once they seen that they didn't have no weapon and he had a weapon, so it evened out the odds.
so now you telling me these racist white boys after stabbing one, they got that intimidated? Come on, man. That doesn't make sense.
Malik, okay,
Malik,
look,
it
some
doesn't
people,
make
wait,
sense.
wait,
I'm
wait,
telling
wait.
you.
Some people are bullies, but when you stand up to that bully and you catch them off guard because they wasn't expecting that type of response, it do make them, they might not be quick thinkers. It do
Okay,
make
so
them fall back
room
because they
shaker.
weren't prepared for what you bringing.
Okay, so room shaker, and I do believe, Bertha May, you're from Texas. You're in Texas, right? So now
A
room shaker,
town,
I don't know
Malak.
if you've ever heard this before, but racist white people, they give you what's called the Doc Martin party. Do you know what the Doc Martin party is?
That's those boots or something that they be
Right. So
wearing.
now you get what I'm saying, Bertha May.
Yeah.
If they were that, and they you don't intimidate them like that. That's what I'm saying. They would have, if they felt that threatened by that one thing, they would have put the boots on that guy. He only had one knife. He didn't have
That's,
an AR-15. He had one knife.
I don't believe that, Malik.
Okay.
But I'm not arguing with you.
Well,
This is just a
but I
conversation.
do get Room Shaker's perspective, and one thing too that I wanted to say. Okay, I see you. You can turn your camera off. I see you, girl. You look cute.
But
Turn
we
your
have
camera
the
off.
listen, we can all disagree. I mean, we don't all have to think the same. That would make us so differently.
Girl, you
So
look
Correct. That's
cute
why I
back
said we
there.
not
it's
arguing.
Thank
okay,
you. I'm
but
going into the office.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm
Well,
about
you
to get on
have to
the
be
train.
careful.
Can I say this real quick?
I
Can
Yeah,
y'all
can't
hear
hear
me?
it.
Can I say this real quick?
yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. I gotta get on the train. Malik, the reason why he didn't what happened was when he stabbed him, the guy stepped back, held his shirt up and said, "I've been stabbed." So he kind of opened up the box, and that's why he was able to run away. That's what happened. So that's why he couldn't run before. Hi, y'all.
All right. Thank you for coming up. And y'all, I did wanted to get this. I forgot to show y'all this. So this is Carmelo and the girlfriend. And this is also the girlfriend of Carmelo who is the cousin of Eddie, who took the stand and lied. Uh Eddie is the one that invited Carmelo to the tent because Eddie was best friends and cousins with Carmelo's girlfriend. Well, this is the girlfriend. So clearly she does not look black to me. I'm not sure what her ethnicity is, but I just wanted to bring this as a visual point for you all because Eddie, the person who even invited him to the tent, I don't think that Eddie is even black. So when he went to the tent to his childhood friend Eddie, because he was invited there. I think Eddie might be like Hispanic or whatever this girlfriend is, but this is him and the girlfriend.
Okay. Rum shaker, where did you hear the epilepsy part from?
I read it as J Don chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cause
the I will
Oh,
say that
okay.
the parents have said that he has some health concerns. I did hear Queen 88 when she called to check on him, that she was mentioning the different health ailments that he does have because the concern is him being as young as he is with the different health ailments that he does have up in the prison.
okay, I'll say okay. So in the interview,
Wait a
the
minute,
parent,
excuse me, Malik. Let me just chime in one. I just want to ask too, right quick, one more time. Now we seen this child is gone, and this child is dead. Now what are we gonna do to protect our other kids? I mean, the ones at home that we have right
okay,
now.
I'll get right to that in 1 second.
Okay,
So um in the interview, the parents do reference a medication. So okay, now I understand about the epilepsy part. However, the parents referenced that he recently saved a child that was drowning as a lifeguard. So I'm really kind of not getting why when they're painting the profile of his good character, how come they didn't make it clear? That's why I said you have to see the Breakfast Club interview. Now, what you're saying, Bertha May, I totally agree. But you have to teach principles and morals at home first So you have to teach your children how to be prepared for just about any situation. But also, the biggest part is practice speed and game speed. So everybody is not always going to be able to react how they're taught. So I do agree that you need to teach them young on how to be respectful, polite, and how to adapt to this situation if need be, and come back home to mom and dad so mom and dad could best address the situation properly. But also, you have to teach them how first to be able to handle themselves to get back there. But again, it's a lot. It's a different dynamic in your town versus my town versus where Rumshake is. The dynamic of survival is different, way
No,
different.
it's not because I said the way I was raised, it was a protocol. Tell the teacher if the teacher don't do nothing, ask to go to the office and call home. But then nowadays our kids get to take cell phones so they get to text or call us when something going on. But then if it can't be handled, one rule that our house was taught coming up a little black girl is you better not sit there and let nobody violate you. My mama used to say, getting your respect is getting respect on my behalf because I ain't raised you like that. So yes, after we went through the protocol, because that's in real life, grown life, all that. It's always a protocol. But at some points, you gotta stand on instinct to keep yourself safe. Because I'm sure your parents want you to come home, prefer somebody else come home because you didn't defend yourself.
So
You
Rumshake,
can't
I
always let stuff rise. Sometimes you gotta have the state of mind to where you can decipher what pole you supposed to let slide and what you can't let slide.
so Rumshaker, I agree. Back in the day, you could get a fair fight. I totally agree. I totally agree. I'm not disputing that.
No, I'm not
But
arguing with you. We having a conversation, Malik.
no, also like Bertha may say, everybody got a weapon in Texas. So that whole fist fight thing is pretty much gonna go out of the window. So but you
And
have to be
everybody got a weapon in Chicago, but instead of knives, our kids calling guns and bear mace.
so Rumshaker, I get it. I'm just also saying you have to teach your children how to be prepared. Like, no disrespect. White people take their children to the gun range and teach them hunting when they're young. You can't always necessarily do that in the black community because of the mentality sometimes of the black children. And again, I'm not trying to mix apples and oranges or dispute how you're raising or any of that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying what we need to do going forth to keep ours protected.
I feel like, and I stated the answer to that, move out of all racist towns.
So how are you gonna move out of all racist towns?
I'm gonna say this, and I don't know how y'all gonna feel about it, but I'm gonna speak from honesty. I feel like since they took our Black Wall Street and everything else that we was building for blacks to be able to have to go to, blacks in towns like I think they said in the town it happened and it's only 19% black. That ain't enough. So I feel like blacks should move to where we all can be united, like I said, and stand as one. So therefore, Texas, Virginia, and places like that wouldn't even have a chance because you can have a fighting chance in Chicago. That boy wouldn't be in jail now. I'm gonna
Okay,
be honest.
so
You can have that chance in Memphis. You can have that chance where blacks outnumber the whites.
okay, but I think Black Wall Street was in Oklahoma, and I think the blacks kind of burnt that down. Didn't the blacks destroy that? If I can remember,
Let's
I
go,
No, the
Malik.
blacks
Start the
didn't
chat.
destroy. Hold on, the blacks didn't destroy it. White people did. The white people actually did not like to see the blacks thriving and doing well for themselves because they were business people, doctors, lawyers. They were circulating their own black dollar within that
right.
community, and
And then
the white people got rid of that.
so didn't the fire happen? Some kind of fire, or am I
For Black Wall Street, I think the white people stormed it, but I have to double check.
okay? Okay, I saw some of it on a documentary of on YouTube because I think they tried to actually come back and
K
rebuild
Fit,
it.
hit the link. K Fit said Black Wall Street wasn't the only place.
Okay, so
Oh, it wasn't because we have Oscarville, Georgia out here. in Atlanta, there is Oscarville, Georgia, and it was destroyed, which caused all the black people from Oscarville to migrate. This is why you have a heavy population here in Atlanta, because they had to migrate because the white people flooded Oscarville and turned it into this like water line for electricity. And but they flooded it while the people were still there. This is the reason why we have Lake Lanier out here, and the reason why Lake Lanier has all these horror stories and drownings and spiritual stuff going on with it, because Lake Lanier was actually built on top of the city of Oscarville, in which all the black people who didn't move because they refused to leave everything that they worked for, they were drowned within that city. And the white people did that. Yeah.
Boy, Malik always get a lot of negative feedback from trolls in the chat. Little do you really know
I
about
don't
Malik,
even read the chat after they were telling me I was stupid and ignorant for my opinion.
but see,
I
Bertha
don't be
man,
reading.
Well, I
I
get
find
all
it
the
fun.
time when I'm running the mug, so I don't. Sometimes
I
I do
find
it
it funny
segments,
though. I be
but I'm
finding
being
it
serious
funny.
about
Cause
this
I
because
bet
I don't
not
think
see
it's
them.
funny
The
about
ones who saying cause I got an opinion, baby. Don't let me see you anywhere else. Don't let me catch you, okay?
But you know,
Because
Bertha man, I
everybody
learned this
don't think
though.
alike,
I
and I don't.
noticed
Um,
the chat always slay. They always got a lot to say, but everybody in the chat tell you quick. I would not come to Baltimore. They say it fast. I would not come to Baltimore. I don't understand that. How are you scared to go anywhere? But they are fearful in every chat to
why?
come to
Why?
Baltimore.
Why would
They
anybody
tell
be fearful to come to Baltimore?
that's what the next time you watching chats, just watch Bertha man. They all tell you, I wouldn't go to Baltimore. Oh, no, no, no. And I'll be like, damn,
Why?
you niggas are that afraid to come to Baltimore?
I mean, what the
So
hell is Baltimore? I
so
mean,
Malik, I
we
did
supposed to be.
find this.
I get on the plane and come to Baltimore tomorrow. What the
So
hell?
it does say Black Wall Street was destroyed by a white supremacist mob,
Okay.
recognized by citizens and local law enforcement during the Tulsa race massacre between May 31st and June 1st, 1921. The destruction
Oh.
of this prosperous African American community was driven by several key factors, and then it gives it all. But yeah, the black people didn't do it. White people did. White people are always the ones coming through and burning down and
But
messing up
we'll go
the
destroy their
communities that
stuff.
black
We'll go
people
since
built.
they do it to us. Go do it to them.
now.
Well,
See,
but
that would
hold
be
on, hold on, wait. Well, but when they do it, then we have people like the coons that say, "Oh no, y'all don't need to tear up your own stuff in your own neighborhood. Don't do this, don't do that." But it's been many occasions where they go through and fuck shit up. The black people have, because they are doing it back to them. But then we hear people that say, "No, y'all don't need to do anything. Just sit back and pray about it."
Hmm, okay. So
I'm
so
just
Sugar,
answering Bertha Mae's question
Yeah, well,
now.
I'm just gonna let y'all know from I know everybody's up in arms about that child, but when I tell y'all I'm going to handle my boys first before I get out there, and I want everybody that's so busily and so mad about this boy. I want to see how y'all boys have turned out, what y'all boys are doing now. I'm telling you, I know it's a bunch of stank that got stank kids. I'm that's worried about this situation. I'm telling you, you worry about home first. Now this boy's already got his 35 years, and he got a bunch of folks that's backing him up. What about your boys at home now? What about your cousins, your sons, your brothers, or what? Or y'all making sure that them boys are protected, or they making the right decisions now? Because when I tell you I worry about home before I go get up in other folk business, I'm telling you, I worry about mine first. I'm raising black men. Well, I done raised black men. I worry about mine first.
K fit
And
the
I
link in
just
the
want
chat.
y'all to know. Yeah, I'm about to put it back. And I just want y'all to know Bertha May ain't throwing shots at Queen 88. When she first got up here, she
Oh
called out
no.
Queen 88 by name. Because she said Queen 88 got 15 kids that she need to be worried about.
Oh,
She got 8.
Well, I'm just
okay.
no, I mean, but everybody need to worry about their
So I'm
kids.
just letting them know that Bertha May
Oh
put
no.
name on it. She put a name on it.
Yeah, whatever I say, I mean it. I mean, she ain't the only one. I'm talking about all these other folks that kids out there ain't doing, boys ain't out there doing shit. What are y'all? I know everybody because it's the hot topic. But the only thing I want us as people to see. Now we can learn from this situation, but what are we teaching our boys right now at home? Don't tell me nothing about what somebody else child did or whatever. I'm telling you to take care of home first. Now that boy like I said, he
Good morning,
major
KC.
news and stuff, but
Hey,
let's
Jada.
worry about us first.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I agree.
Okay, so good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
And I'm gonna make this quick because I like to hear other people have their thoughts. But Bertha May, one thing I have to say, yes, it does start at home, but the conversations have to be had. The conversations have to be had because that's how ideas are created. And then ideas can be created on how we then organize and strategize. And it's also to inform us on what is the white person's playbook? How is it that these judges and these DAs have egregious accusations against them and they're still sitting in those high seats? It is also a way, yes, protect your own, but also advocating for someone else's child is also inadvertently advocating for yours because in the blink of an eye, it could have been one of yours. So that's why we're talking about it so heavily because it is a conversation worth having. It is worth our children's lives. And we can't be so focused, I, because I has actually got us in a lot of situations that we've gotten in. And then for the folks who say, pray, 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 the problem is that we lost the actual creed of what the Black church was. The Black church was about praying, but also about movement as well. We have to understand that they have took the white national Christianity and adopted this hands-off approach when we know a hands-off approach is leaving people sleeping at the wheel and giving false hope. We have to understand that because if it's not their child, it could potentially be mine. And I'm not saying my child is worth more than the next. Of course, I'm going to value my child at a different level because I care for them. I brought him in this world. Yes. But at the same token, we have to have the conversations because we have people that don't even know that the DA is elected. They don't even know that the judge is elected. They don't know that the appellate court is elected officials. They don't know that. Then they don't know their rights. So these questions, these conversations are needed. And because these are where ideas and people can be creative and become aware and in the know of things. I tell people all the time, stop talking to the cops. Stop talking to them. You have a right to remain silent. That's anybody. Stop talking to them. Yes, follow the rules until yes, there are rules set in place to follow. But there are exceptions. There are always going to be exceptions to the rule. And in this case, the boy, I mean, we can hawk on it all we want to, but he was outnumbered, outmanned, outsized in every which way. So that is my response to you when you say, well, what are we going to do? The first step is having an intellectual conversation, meaningful conversations, so that we can say, okay, so you know what? When I go to the ballot box, some people say, well, I used to didn't really pay attention to midterms because I didn't know what midterms were. Now this is what midterms are. This is how we need to attack it. And also highlighting, we have some very good Black attorneys out here. And we have to always stop thinking that white is right. We have some very fine Black doctors. We have very fine Black everything out here. We do. And we have to articulate that too in our own and stop saying white is better, Jewish is better, this is better. No, we're the blueprint. Because if we weren't the blueprint, they wouldn't treat us the way that they do now. And that is just my response to that. I'm gonna take my ass back down in the chat, but I just
Thank
that's how I want to respond. Thanks, J Dunn. Bye, y'all.
thank you, K Fit. And no, K Fit can't go to the new sector. K Fit is in the beef sector. Stop it, ghetto.
Hey, Ghetto, why don't you put your pom poms down and hit the link? You a black man. Let's hear what you got to say, dog. You got your pom poms real high in the chat, buddy. Hit the link.
We don't have K Fit for far too long for us to finally get a real attorney in the beef sector. We are not giving her
We
over to the frenemy sector.
stop
Cause
dropping
we
roll. Stop
cause we
dropping
had to
roll.
deal with the
We got
fake attorney
no, we
Dory for
got
so
Dory
long.
already. We got
No,
Dory.
we need a
She the
real one.
first attorney. She the first attorney at law.
I knew you was about to put on your cape for Dory. But I mean, I get what everybody is saying. And honestly, it's just to the point to where nobody really there isn't a plan of action. But I know one dang thing is whatever has been being done has not been working. And being docile and complacent has not been working. I will say to K Fit's point, Bertha May, even if Queen 88 got 15 kids, at least 6 of them are under the age of 10. So this is important to her because they still got to get to high school.
Jesus Lord. Okay. I'm just saying
So,
this. I mean, I'm not only saying her, but I'm saying it people right here in these chats, right here, where they got damn boys probably locked up right now, a bunch of stanks, because they didn't teach them shit. I mean, the shit start at home. I understand about all of that. And they go say, it takes a village. I'm talking about, yeah, it do take a village. But the village starts at home, being mama and daddy. You ain't got no daddy or being your. It starts at home with us instilling stuff in our kids. I'm not saying that. I know everybody want to make things always a black and white things, and then people got mad at me because I said I like white people. I like everybody who likes me. If you like me and treat me good, I like you. Okay, and I mean that now. Take that and run with it and get mad because I said I like white people and I like everybody who treat me with respect and stuff. I'll treat them with respect. I,
And you
so
saying
Rum
that it
Shaker.
starts at home, Bertha May. 1 second, Malik. Bertha May, it does start at home, but it also starts at home with the white kids. And currently, it started at their home that they came to the school thinking that they could tell a black child what to do. So, okay, go ahead, Malik.
So Rum Shaker, what do you think his consequence should have been, if any?
Um,
now
I
think
don't
if
even
he killed
say.
wait a minute. Y'all have to think too. What if y'all child was dead though? Also, just think, put it in. I mean, y'all put on both shoes. Think about that too.
Okay, if it was my child in that situation and my child was being a bully and something happened to my child, I would have to hold my child accountable and responsible.
I'm saying, what if your child? Okay, so if your
So
child
if
was
my child was
dead,
on the other end and he was the one that was on the live, I will have to take that. Because for the simple fact is, I didn't raise you to go out here and bully nobody. I didn't raise you that way. So therefore, if you did something, I will have to take that. That would have to be a hit towards me. I will have to be honest about it.
but would y'all advocate if you no, Malik, everybody who's a parent, would you, if you know that your child was a bully, I mean, would you
But okay,
advocate?
wait, Bertha May, hold on, because he did ask me a question, and I forgot what the question was. So
The
could you?
question was, what do you think his consequence should be, if any, for his action? Some people say he should have got 2 years. Some people say he should have walked away free. Because if
Okay, let me answer. I understand the question now. I would have said by the laws, he did everything to the way the law was set up. So I felt like he should have walked away scot free.
mm,
And then this would have been had to be a learning and teachable moment to teach your kids not
so
to bully or do nothing to nobody because we don't know what their response gonna be.
so Shaker, can I give you one?
Go
And I
ahead.
want you to hear me, listen carefully. If he would have walked out of the courtroom free, he would not be here.
Okay, and if he would not be here, that would be a repercussion and that would have to cause consequences as well. Because how are you going to take his life and y'all say the laws are set in place once the law decide what happened? If the law set him free, then that should have been that on that.
So listen what I'm saying though, Shaker. And as much chaos, and I think Bertha May was saying how it goes in Texas, to let him free would have been a whole nother outcome.
Nah,
So
because these YNs would have stood beside him down here. I'm telling you, they would have stood beside him. But only thing I'm asking right now, what do y'all think is a good I mean, which I think he should have just walked away with like a year or two for killing. I mean, somebody told me the other day, that's why I didn't want to speak with them. Said he killed somebody white. He should have got away. I'm like, okay, but
now
okay.
I'm not gonna say that. And again, like I said, I don't know how what the law is. I've heard the sentencing guidelines, but I don't know the law. And according to what I heard, when it comes to lethal force and self-defense in Texas, it's I'm not gonna say it's shaky, but I've never heard it worded like that. So I can't really speak because I'm not in Texas to know how I would have had to maneuver myself according to Texas law.
Well,
But
I can.
Texas, go ahead,
I was
Don.
gonna answer that. I was gonna answer that because I talked about this in my last broadcast on Wednesday, and I'm bringing it up again here. And somebody just clicked the link. Hold on, y'all. I'm on a different page right now, getting this up here for Malik. But I'm gonna let you up, whoever it is, once I get back on the other screen. But let me do this. Share this tab.
I'm sorry. I want.
So
What
it
sector
in
am I
to
in? What sector am I in?
Oh, this the B sector.
Oh,
This
this
the
to
B
be. Oh,
sector over
okay. I'm
here.
sorry.
Oh, okay. It's
Okay.
VS back here. Okay,
Okay.
1 second, y'all. So this VS back here, but I have another screen that I'm gonna share. Let me bring her up, and then I'm gonna share this with Malik. VS, that's you.
Hello, it's me.
Hey. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I just wanted to share this with Malik real quick. So, in my opinion, because I talked about this on Wednesday morning, so there is a law in Texas called sudden passion, and it is a legal mitigating factor during the punishment phase of a murder trial, in which you can be found guilty if they do sudden passion. Um, During the penalty phase, he could get between 2 to 20 years. I would have preferred for it to go that route, and then maybe they could have gave him 5. That would
They
have been my way.
the lawyers spoke on that, and they were saying that no way Texas was even going to put that on the table. I saw the Southern Passion thing, but okay, I get where you're going
Okay.
with it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, because I mean, it essentially, when I broke it down on Wednesday morning, pretty much everything that happened within this story pointed to this. And that way he would have still been found guilty of the murder, but it would have got down to second degree felony, and then he would have had between 20 years that he could have got for it. I would say 2 years, but just for the sake of everybody being okay with the thing, I would have said 5 at the most. But go ahead, Vias. Did you have something you wanted to add here? Let me
Hi,
bring
everybody.
bring you up.
I just want to mention. Did you know that every person that has done like a school shooting or something, they'll mention that they were bullied and that's why they did it. I mean, because I see the word bully keeps coming up, but again, Columbine, all of these people, they always mention that they were bullied by students in school, and that's the reason why they come back with passion, saying it's crime of passion, all this stuff, and this is the reason why they do what they do. So is being a bully, someone bullying you, is that an excuse to take a life?
And I guess even with what you saying, because I ain't even think about it from that standpoint. But on the white people side, when they bully, they take multiple lives, students and teachers included.
Right.
Hmm.
Okay,
Boys, he
so
took one life, just one.
as I would say is I don't think his intent was to actually take his life. He only stuck on one time. He hit a vital spot on the body, but I don't think that was his intention. He just wanted them to leave him alone.
But did they even mention why he was even carrying a weapon?
That's where I feel like the defense dropped the ball because the defense never did come, at least not to my knowledge, they never did give an explanation for why that was.
Well,
Now, of course, people have speculated, but it's speculation that, if you walk into class or if you walk into this event or if you doing it, you rode your bike, whatever, you might need protection along the way to get there. So that's why you would have it on you. But it was up to the defense to let them be aware of why he had the weapon, and they failed to do that.
well,
Right,
they said
because
it really. They say it really wasn't a knife. It was more like of a utility tool because it's used to tighten up the cleats. Or am I the only one that heard that part?
I've never heard that one.
I heard it was a protractor. They could used to use it. I don't know if y'all remember those
Look at
old.
Blondie. Blondie said they said it was used to clean cleats. That's why I said.
No,
So I'm
Oh,
kind of
no,
okay.
lost.
it was
And
a
I see um godmama said it too. It wasn't a weapon, it was to clean the cleats. Almost all the track players have them. Huh. Okay, so this was something. Oh, so this was a makeshift. So then, well, then why they been saying this whole time that he had a knife, like he
Right.
had the knife, but then this is just a makeshift tool that he already had on
Because
him for the
I
track
think
meet.
because the narrative came out that it was a blade of only like 2.5 inches, and I think the law in Texas is anything over 5 inches may be considered a lethal weapon. I don't know, but I've heard the 2.5 and 5 inches. So
Hmm.
I guess that's a part that Bertha make it clear because she's in Texas. I don't know how that came in there.
Okay,
um,
so Jack
I
said that
carry a
88
I
said that it
carry
was
a
a pocket
machete.
knife.
I don't carry knives.
You
So
carry who?
I carry me a machete. I don't carry knives.
Oh,
So I
okay, I
don't
feel
know.
you. I don't brandish any firearm, so I just walk around like a regular civilian.
And I want to make mention of one more thing.
Hmm.
They were talking about why wasn't I think the school teacher was up here earlier because I've been here the whole time watching. The
Okay.
school teacher was like, why wasn't other teachers and stuff like that monitoring the students? We all know once you get into like 8th and 9th grade, the rules of engagement when it comes to school is different. You're not being walked in a line to your class. When the bell
Facts.
ring, you know where to go to. When a track meet happens, school is out. You're responsible for yourself for the most part. Yeah, they may have one security guard at the front. They may have adults at the concession stand. They don't have no teacher sitting there babysitting 18 kids at a time. When you
Facts.
get a certain age in high school, and for a teacher to even say that, I just thought that was ridiculous. You're supposed to really police yourself. Yeah, they have someone monitoring, overall, but they don't have, just like even in a prison, you have one or two guards watching probably 40 or 50 people, if not more. That's in a dormitory, but they're not right there babysitting you like you're in kindergarten. So that's the reason why it was nobody directly there.
Well, I want to say to that teacher's point, though, I think it was Wednesday. Somebody had left me a thorough comment underneath my video who used to be track and field themselves up until they were in their 20s. And what she said was that there is typically either like a volunteer parent or
Mm-hmm.
something underneath the tent because you have to have an adult of authority underneath the tent because that's the person that's supposed to watch everybody's belongings as they are out on the field doing whatever activities they have to do.
So, question
Now,
though,
let me just follow what you just said, Jay Dunn. I ran track, played basketball, did all that. When we was
Mhm.
at them track meets, I'm telling you, this is where our little fast tails would have little boyfriends and everything. We would be booed up. Nobody would really
Mhm.
be watching us. You watch yourself. You bring your own food. You have your own lunch boxes and everything. I'm even thinking about track meets and cross country meets I done went to where we'll see the parent at the beginning, getting off the bus. And then we go our own way, and then we all know to meet back up, 6 or 7 in the evening to get back on the bus to get back home. So it's not like we have somebody that's there full time watching. Anything could happen. It got to the point I even think you could even leave for an hour and nobody would even notice you're gone. People be under the bleachers,
Mhm.
wherever. So yeah, they have a parent volunteer, but how can one parent volunteer watch somebody? You see how big those football fields and track fields and stuff are. How can you watch everybody? Everybody's not gonna stay in one spot.
Right. Right.
well, so
Well,
can
that makes
somebody?
sense. And I dropped the link for you, Ghetto. I was trying to drop the link for Ghetto and end up dropping YouTube cameras link. But hold on, Ghetto. That I put the link for you down there.
Question: wasn't
Okay.
this a track meet that was done like on Tuesday in the morning?
Um, I can't remember what day of the week it was, but
We used to have weekend.
it was the weekend.
You talking about this? I was just saying. I know track meets we used to have be like on the weekends, like when they have the state track meets. But you're talking about this in particular.
Yeah, I think this track meet was like a daytime, like an early daytime during the week.
Yeah, I'm
But
not sure what day it was. I mean, I could look it up because I remember they said it was April 2nd. It was April 2nd last year. So whatever day that was. And then also good morning to everybody coming in. Please like the video if
okay,
y'all have not.
so something to say said no, it wasn't in the morning and not on the weekend. So it was an afternoon thing. Okay, which even makes it you should have really have more parents there, or not necessarily parents, but more people on the stroll because of the amount of crowd that would have been there. But okay, go ahead.
Malik,
Mhm.
when we go to events like that, I'm sitting in the stands. I'm not
Yeah.
going looking in no tents and being. Listen,
Mhm.
I know that's when my children they'll go off with their little friends or what. I mean,
Okay, so
Good
so
morning,
Bertha, man,
ghetto.
let me say this. Let me say this. Now, well, it's no secret where I am, but you will have 20, you could have 12 or 15,000 at a high school football game in the South. So
Yep.
most
it's
definitely,
really a bigger dynamic.
it's most
Like we're
definitely.
not going to have a crowd of that many people at a high school game up north unless it is a major rival like Poly City or Calvert Hall Loyola. That's a different dynamic. And again, at those two games, security is going to be so heightened that you're not going to really get a chance for things to jump off. But again, I'm just speaking because of where I am. So I was just trying to get the clarity on the time of day because I heard multiple different times. And again,
So
you're
it looks
talking about
like
the
they said that April 2nd was on a Wednesday, Malik, and then someone
okay,
else said that it was at 10 a.m. So it
okay.
was in the morning.
And won't parents be at work at 10 a.m. in the morning on a Wednesday? Or y'all think they out there babysitting folks at a track meet?
Well, see, again,
Well,
in the
from
South, you have a different dynamic with it. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to dispel anything, but like I think his mom was a stay-home mom. So you may have a lot of stay-home moms that's what the dad or the husband held it down for, so they could go to certain events and be part of the volunteer squad for this, volunteer squad for that. Again, I don't know
his,
enough details. I'm just kind of go ahead, yes.
Malik, his mother said that she was supposed to be there, but
I,
he told her
I saw
because
the interview.
it
Right.
started
I saw the
raining real
interview.
bad that he told her to stay home because it was raining. So
Yeah.
that's the
Okay.
reason why she climbed. That's what she said why she didn't come.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is, but that's what she said.
Well, I'm asking, well, why would if he told his mama stay at home because it's raining, why
Uh-huh.
he go out there? Because it was raining.
Because
What he doing out there?
he is supposed to perform.
Yeah.
He was
Track meets
performing.
don't cancel for rain,
Yeah.
only for
Run in the
lightning.
rain. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he would still have to perform. Not to
So
mention,
his
y'all.
mama,
Hold
so
on
he
one
don't
second,
want his
Bertha May.
mama to go because
Not
it
to
was raining.
mention during that particular time too of a student's life, they might be getting scouted. So it's very important that you be out there.
Okay.
I'm gonna go on mute, so I want to hear what Ghetto got to say.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to say. I came to hear what you wanted me to say. I spoke on this topic, Malik, a million times. I didn't want you to think I was ducking smoke, though. What did you want to hear my male version of?
No, I didn't hear what you said. I know that they were saying that you kind of caused some conflict in something you said
Oh yeah, they
about
calling me
the.
coon. They calling me coon.
They put me on the coon train before because I
Okay,
said
so
I like
Well,
I'm
what I
not
said.
trying to. I'm not calling you that. I was wanting to hear what you
No,
had to say. I
no, no,
did
no. I'm not
hear
saying
that.
you are.
Yeah, I did hear you
So
say
my
you were going to order the transcript.
yes, I'm definitely. I talked to Miss Ghetto about it this morning as she was listening to it. She was like, "Y'all really need to get to the facts of what happened in the case, and then see why the facts that y'all have around the case didn't get into the case. We're the witnesses that are seeing the things that. Oh, we're the witnesses that saw the stuff that y'all repeating online, and none of y'all were there. That is a little concerning to me. I believe the stuff y'all saying very well could be true. Why didn't it get into court? So his defense attorney, that's who the first person that let Carmelo down and then let us down because we ride with Carmelo is defense attorney. But my position was once a child get into court, it's very easy to get into trouble. It's very hard to get out of it. So I'm trying to keep my kids that I mentor out of it. And I said I will use the term bow down because you really have to feel like if you have that fight mentality and somebody's pushing your buttons and you want to pop them in the face, you have to be able to walk away. I don't have that gene. So they yelled at me about not having the gene, but telling other people to have it. Listen, I'm teaching from my experiences, Malik. I'm telling them don't make the mistakes I made and be a hothead your whole life. You could be better. I'm on mute. Thanks for having me this morning, Jay Dunn. I ain't going nowhere.
All right, thank you, Ghetto. And hopefully you don't get kicked out of frenemies for being up here. I'm gonna make sure that I write a letter for you so that
Oh
you can get an
shit!
excuse. No, you should.
Oh,
No,
let
no,
me go,
you
cause
should.
you
You
gonna
shouldn't be
snitch.
kicked out. You
Long
shouldn't
as
be
there's no
kicked out,
doxing,
Ghetto.
I could be where there's no doxing and none of that stuff. Long as there's no doxing
Well,
and dragging children.
well,
This is my
Ghetto,
Look,
I hope ain't no snitches on this panel because I don't do snitching. Please don't nobody snitch on me.
Mm.
But go ahead.
And
I,
Jay
uh
Dunn, I
huh.
heard the conversation earlier about the about choosing black lawyers, and
Mhm.
which I understand clearly what was said about that.
Mhm.
But again, we do know the reason why we try to pick what we think that they can relate to. There's a reason why we do that. It's not because we want to do that, but we do feel like if we're going to go in front of a place that is 90% of someone who's not your culture, who doesn't probably understand you, well, let me get someone who's going to defend me that can actually speak their language, that
Mhm.
can make them comfortable. That's another form of code switching. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if right now if they came to you and said, "Hey, you could get Benjamin, you could get Ben Crump, or you could get this other attorney that's Jewish or whatever," more than likely, black people gonna be trying to get to that Jewish attorney because of what they say is better to get someone that can relate to the judges and the attorneys and the district attorneys and stuff like that. So while I understand, yeah, we should pick our own. Yeah, we should have, get black attorneys and stuff like that. But we know the reason why a lot of us don't do that. We will spend our last penny on getting someone who don't look like us.
Yeah, that's
well,
true. And I just have to say, if I had to choose Ben Crump, I would never pick Ben Crump. So
Right.
I get sick of him. I'm actually happy that he ain't on my TV all day because he normally be popping out during stuff like this. I'm happy he's sitting down somewhere. But so
well,
I
I,
get your point.
I agree with VS and I disagree. But
Mhm.
I do see what you're saying. Like, if this same scenario happened here, who would he get? Warren Brown? But then again, you got to understand the game that Warren
Mhm.
Brown plays the game according to how the game goes because he's been in them rooms.
Mhm.
So now, also, if it was a different type of charge, I get why you gonna go with the Jew guy. No disrespect, because
Right.
he's gonna be in them circles. So I kind of see that. But the
Right.
family admits that no black lawyer would take it, and they
Oh
chose
wow.
because I think the first lawyer they had, they were persuaded to get rid of them and go with the somebody less favorable who
Hold on.
wound
You
up.
just said two different things though. So they
No,
had a
no,
black attorney, and you said they was
no, no,
persuaded, which means they
no,
made the
no
option to
black
get rid of them.
attorney. No black attorney would take it according to the family.
Yeah,
The
I
family
what
also.
Malik is saying, I know what you talk about, Malik. So they
Okay.
were basically saying that that particular county is known for its racism or that particular area, and
Hmm.
black attorneys were not trying to have to fight within that particular courtroom, I believe. I
Hmm.
because I heard that they had an advocate helping them, and the advocate presented them with like nine black attorneys plus a whole bunch of other ones. But a lot of black attorneys would prefer not to practice there because they already know the deep-seated racism that is there.
Right.
So I did hear that part that Malik said.
But
Which is further why we know to pick a certain type that can relate to them and not our own. You know what I'm saying?
but
That's
in
what I'm saying.
in fairness though, you have to be there's different levels of law firms and professional firms. And some are just single practice and I can make my money, I can represent you properly, but I'm
Hmm.
not prepared to go up against the whole county on and the whole PR team that's needed. OJ case is different
And it might ruin their
than
career too.
exactly. They can
Facts.
put all their resources into this case and can't
Hmm.
manage the workload that they have. So you had to be a fit size firm with multiple associates and researchers. You couldn't just take this case and then say you was going to do that man justice. So a
Hmm.
lot of times you say no because I can't prevent you. Myself, while I'm a good attorney, I don't have the machine behind me to present the type of
Right.
case that you need at this time.
Right. But with
Yes,
that kind of
and
money, I'm sorry, Jadon, go ahead.
oh, well, I was just gonna say, because I see people saying that Malik is lying. Malik is not lying as far as that goes, what he just said. I'm actually going here to try to find the video so that I could show y'all here. Uh which I'm just gonna share my screen is all to show where I heard that same thing that Malik is saying. I heard it with my own ears. Let me do this miss right here. And I am just going to share this tab just so that y'all can see here. This is where I got it from. I don't know if Malik saw this as well,
So
but this is Nick at Night interviewing the activist that was the advocating on behalf of the family. This
so
is
hold on
her
one second before you go
and
there.
well, I'm not about to play it. No,
Oh,
I'm not gonna
oh.
play Nick at Night. No, but I'm letting them know that y'all can reference this video to hear this black man on the interview with Nick at Night telling us about the black attorneys and why some of them did not want to practice in that particular area. He said it. This man right here. Okay, that's all
So
I want.
so Ivory Pearl and Ebony and Miss Toby. Miss Toby really don't count unless she says something. Let me be clear. In Maryland, what Anthony did to the Metcalfs, they would have crucified him in Maryland. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. The
Um,
powers that be in Maryland would have almost damn near took the boy out back in the back sticks, and he'd have been in a tree by now, so to speak.
not with y'all
So
mayor that
you
y'all
can't
got.
speak on Maryland law. Maryland law is way different, especially when you're looking at an African American bringing harm to that the other side in the form of violence like that, because
Mr.
QI,
the
that's
Malik.
you?
force laws
Yes.
in Maryland are
Okay, good morning.
totally,
Yes.
totally different. They're totally different.
Mr. Malik, y'all
Can you
mayor
hear
was
me,
in the
Jada?
hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Malik. I bet he messed up because ghetto
Hello?
dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Hello?
Malik.
Hello?
VS
Hello?
Ghetto, why you dropped? They can't hear because of Ghetto dropping. Dang. So VS and Malik, we could hear y'all. Y'all couldn't hear us because Ghetto dropped off the panel. Ghetto should have let me remove him if he needed to go. I guess he was scared that the frenemies was gonna get mad. But okay, what was you about to say, QI?
Good morning,
Basically, I
QI.
just want good morning, everybody. But I wanted
Good
to go
morning.
down a few points. I think that people were misconstruing why, like, they were speaking about an adult. Basically, what people were saying was that instead of Austin Metcalf like placing his hands on Carmelo, he should have gone and gotten an adult to handle the situation to rectify the situation. I mean, it's okay for him to like say, well, this isn't your 10th leave, but if it, once Carmelo refused, then he absolutely should have went and gotten an adult. So I want to speak to that point. And we can't forget that the first physical contact, the first physical altercation was Austin Metcalf placing his hands on him. And then I want to speak to what Ghetto was saying. It was basically the trial is ineffective defense, and that's grounds for appeal. Plus the jury, like no jury of his peers, no jury of his peers. I'm not going to stay on each point. And to Malik, I wanted Malik to know that I don't know if he's been watching the videos and stuff that's been surfacing around of the father, but the father basically said that he wanted street justice, and the father is basically
QI, your mic messed
No,
up.
he's
But
like.
but with the father, we did play where he was talking about the watermelon felon. We played that earlier in the
Hmm.
live. Yeah,
Yeah, so he's not.
Groom Shaker sent me the clip of that and I played it earlier.
Yeah. So he's not safe, because Malik was saying that, if he was released due to self defense, that it would be his life. They want his life regardless. They're almost looking at it like a life for a life. So just he's in prison, and it's even more dangerous because he doesn't have proper people around him. So that's not saving him. And choosing black attorneys. Basically, what it is that the family had activists and different people on their team, and a lot of people were in their ear because there was an interview that the parents did, and they basically said that they were told to rely on an all white system, as well as
Okay, Malik.
not just the attorneys, but also when the jury came back and there were no black people on there, they were told not to push the issue. So there were people in their ear telling them it might be better for, all white people to basically represent, or defend this case. And as we see, it didn't work out that way. It's ineffective counsel because in that county and at that courthouse, all of those people know each other. They're friends of friends and different things. And that came out on a Fox News interview. They was like, these are friends of friends. So most of those people are connected, and that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of some of the attorneys and stuff know what they're facing when they have to go to that courthouse. See, the case originally they said that the case should be moved. I don't even know why that the attorneys didn't press getting
Okay.
the case moved to a different location. And I digress from there. Thank you.
Hold on, QI. So
Mhm.
QI, thank you, because that's what I was saying about his safety.
Drop me, J
You
Don. I can't hear nothing.
Okay, VS. All right.
can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Yeah.
can.
When you were saying about that, the father said he wanted street justice. So I was clear about that. I was like, once he's classified, he's going to be put into population.
Yeah,
Also, that was my point. And when I was saying that if he would have walked away, you do realize that it was going to be a different outcome. So unfortunately, in this situation, it's bad on both ends, both ways. That one guy was lost, one guy's incarcerated, and now the other guy is going to be in fear for his life, be it behind the wall or on the streets, because of how the law of the land the law of the land is in Texas. And that's what I'm saying. It's really hard right now for the family to navigate how they're going to be able to do what they're going to be able to do. But the biggest point is, like I was saying, that the dad, once he felt he was going to be railroaded, he should have got ahead of the whole railroad thing from the beginning. Now we playing Monday morning quarterback in a situation that we should have been playing Tuesday practice on, because now
I agree.
it's all chaotic.
I agree with that. They should, but like he said, because keep in mind, they're from Baton Rouge. The family is from Baton Rouge. They recently moved to Texas and even then they recently moved to Frisco. So they don't. It's not like they're familiar with a lot of people. So of course they're listening to other people give them advice. And see, White even said that he misled them by telling them to get an all white jury, and I mean an all white. That it was okay about the non-black jury, and that it was okay to have get a white attorney. So that's basically it. Because if we keep in mind, the biggest reason why like he wasn't defended is because they never presented Carmelo as a human. They never humanized him. We never got to hear his side of the story. There was a lot of conflictions in terms of the witnesses, a lot of lies, a lot of contradictions. The videos weren't clear. So this case was improperly tried. Everything about this case was ineffective defense, and it was improperly tried. So that's the whole reason for the appeal.
But what
So
about the
again,
advocate who was being a bully? The advocate came out And he was like, "Yeah, I'm not what I used to be, but I used to be this real big person back in the day in Oak Cliff. And I'm telling y'all better leave this family alone. They not gonna talk to none of y'all. Don't talk to them." I mean, he was like threatening people, letting people know he still got people. I'm like, that wasn't a good look. I mean, Jay Dunn, I
That
don't know
was
if you
the
saw
advocate for Carmelo that was doing all that.
the person that had speaking for them at the beginning was the black guy. Who
Okay,
Dominic
okay,
Alexander. And I agree with you on
okay.
Yeah.
that. I don't
It
think
was
that he
it was
should.
it was harsh. It was really bad. And they were saying you can't reach out to them. If you contact them, he got people that still, in Oak Cliff, and they gonna take care of it. If you come at them, I was like, oh God, this is not good. It wasn't a
If
good look at all.
if I could ask the family anything, I would ask them why would they use activist Dominic Alexander or even Charleston White
Mm-hmm.
versus using Candace Matthews.
Well, excuse
Mm-hmm.
me, didn't Charleston Wright donate $75,000?
He
This
said
is
he
after.
would. Well, he said he would, but we don't know if he gave it
Oh,
yet.
okay.
Yeah,
Cardi B
So
and this is
Cardi B
Yeah, I
also said
heard
he'll
Cardi
give
B
five
was giving
million.
money.
she
Mm-hmm.
said she'll get 5 million.
Yeah.
Oh
Or
Lord,
or,
let me get
or
my hold on. Let me wake my kids up so they can go out there. We need that 5 million. They
oh my
working
So
God.
on it. I need
mhm.
let
that.
let's be clear in this right here that now the amount of money that all these different people are offering is going to be kind of null and void because you in Texas, and it's the code in Texas, according to Bertha May and other people who are from Texas, is way different because Cardi B offered 5 million, Charleston White offered 75,000. In the words of Jerry Jones, like he told P Diddy, "Boy, your money too new." So they not really worried. I'm keep y'all want to keep it a buck, keep it a buck. They 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 want a different result versus money. They want to show you something. They're trying to prove something. So,
Well,
but go ahead, Kira.
my bad. Well, here's the thing. A lot of basically the reason for the appeal is first of all we want Carmelo to have a fair trial because even as even if you supported or didn't support him or even if you were unbiased and in the middle, we never got to hear Carmelo's side of the story. And both the prosecution and the defense they sucked in this trial. That's the biggest thing. And no, and I don't think that every person who supports or appears to support Carmelo thought that Carmelo will walk free. But like most people would at least assume that it would have been a manslaughter charge, which is difference in
Mhm.
terms of the years, or either or the self defense, but never like a M case to the first degree.
So now, QI, with that being said, why don't they file a modification of sentence first? Because if you file an appeal and your appeal loses, it's done. If you
Yeah.
file a modification first, then you can back it up with an appeal.
Well, I'm not sure how they're proceeding because they hadn't gone into all that. All we know is that they've already filed for the appeal, which according to a lot of the activists and attorneys, because they even have an attorney that's stepping up and ready to represent from like outside the area that has jurisdiction in that area. And so
Is
basically
that
they were
attorney white or black? Is that attorney white or black?
he's black.
Okay, but so now a black attorney is willing to step it up. Now that it's a crap show. Now see that
Well,
ain't
I
making
don't
sense. What was
I
this
mean,
attorney at the beginning when they so called was looking for one?
Right. And Ivory Pearl,
This
I,
ain't
I
making sense.
agree with you that Texas is different. However, it makes more sense to modify the sentence before you appeal it. If you appeal it and it fails, it's over.
there were other attorneys that wanted the black attorneys that wanted to try the case. The thing was the family, the father was recommended or suggested or told that it's better to have a white attorney. There were like 17, I think, attorneys, and I think 9 of them were black. And the attorney that they did, the attorney that they had, I forget his name, but he's like he I think they thought that he was going to be okay because he was like the top in the area, but they
Mhm.
forgot about the nepotism. They forgot about the fact that a lot of these people like are friends. They forgot about that kind of stuff. And in a situation or like this, you definitely want outside, you want outside representation, as well as I wish they had decided to move the trial in the first place. I wish they had went ahead and moved the trial like they stated they were going to do in the first place.
Jay Dunn, I'm about to drop down
Uh-huh.
because my battery's about to die. But in the
Okay.
future, I would love to have a conversation on your platform with Malik because I know he was kind of speaking on some Baltimore stuff or whatever. So
Mhm.
I don't want to change the narrative of the topic. But Malik know why people don't want to go to Baltimore and they refrain from going there. The mayor was doing a lot of stuff that's really can get some of these young black men into a lot of trouble, like Carmelo is in, because they made laws actually to help a lot of black young men get away with a lot of stuff. They came up with a little, I don't know if it's a local law or how they have it, but if you're, I think 13 years old and under, if you get caught in a car, stealing cars and doing certain stuff, you can't get in trouble at all. They just gonna call your parents to come pick you up. So they started having, now this is what the news reported. They started having adults started and gang members or whatever started having kids 13 and under do the
Mhm.
dirty work for them, because if they get caught, nothing's going to happen. They just going to call the parents. They put that in law. It's a big story about these squeegee kids. I'm telling you, look up squeegee kids on YouTube. You going to see so much stuff about it. This 14-year-old boy, well, squeegee kids are the people when you come up to a red light, they want to clean your windows and all that stuff, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Now, some people they don't like it, but some they'll go ahead and give them a chance. They'll give you the phone to let you put your cash app information in. They want to put their I guess whatever your charge is. They will hand the person the phone and say, okay, well just put in your cash app information and I'll pay you $2 or whatever. These people literally snatching these people whole bank accounts amount of money off their stuff.
Oh wow.
Am I making sense? I know I'm talking in
Yeah.
circles right now, and I got
Yeah,
some people around me, so I'm just
I
not
get
trying to
what you're
talk too much.
saying.
But people come to the red light, somebody automatically start washing your window without you even asking, for it. And then they're like, okay, well, I know if I don't get this person $2 or $3, they're going to bust my windows out. That's actually what happens. If you don't give it to them, they're going to kick your car, try to slash your tires, bust your windows out. Well, this one man got fed up with it. He jumped out the car to try to chase this boy off. And I believe they said the man had a bat too. I can't remember. Well, the 14-year-old actually shot and killed this white man. And for a long time, he didn't go to jail for it at all. And then he got like a lower charge. I think maybe 14, 15 years. And maybe he only got to do like 8 or 9 years for killing somebody. But the mayor was fighting hard for him not to even do no time. It's a
This
lot of
is in
stuff that's going on in
Baltimore.
Baltimore that's just real wild. And
Yeah,
I'm
she
not
was
talking
saying in
against, I'm just telling
Baltimore
you, they're on
that
the
she
news
wanted
real
to
heavy.
talk
People
to
are scared to go to Baltimore because, what we see going on over there. But I know that's another conversation, for another day. And thank you for allowing me up.
Wow.
all right, thank you,
I'm going to go ahead and
VS.
drop down.
Okay.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can't
she
hear
can't.
nothing.
No, it's
So I did
fine.
all that talking. I'm sorry. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down.
We could hear you. I typed to her up in the back chat. So we heard everything that VS was saying, but I knew she couldn't hear us because Malik and QI had dropped. This StreamYard mess they gotta get it together. Goodness gracious alive. Cause it mess up the audio when people drop. And I know sometimes people drop because their phone rang or something. Bertha May, you must be on the Android too.
No, ma'am. I'm on the iPhone Zero.
You ain't on no damn iPhone zero.
Yeah, it was the first one made. Listen, now they have now I've never heard of the squeegee kids, but I've heard now we have the boys that come up to you
Hey
with the
Malik.
water bottles who want to be all around you with the water
We heard
bottles
you,
and
VS. Everybody heard
out.
everything that you said.
So I've never heard of the squeegee boys, but we have. I'm telling you, it lights running up to you with those water bottles, with the water and the cokes, and you know. But no, I haven't heard of squeegee boys.
So, Bertha May, we have that here where they sell water, soda, Gatorade at the light out the coolers. Um, as far as what VS said, if you want to go into that, we can, because I could clarify that up right there. But if you want to do another live, J Dunn, hit me on the next tail and we could do a live on it. Because again, it's a lot of things she missed in that whole scenario.
Yeah, I had never heard of those boys, but I will say it used to be a couple of scandals like that here with
So
the kids out here.
so
Something similar to that.
let me give you the clearest part of what she's saying.
Okay.
That incident did happen here, and the young boy was 14. He did have a gun on him. The guy did get out with a bat. What did happen? What he didn't, the part that she didn't put in there was he also had one of the most top-notch black lawyers in Baltimore that was pushing for a different form of action. They wanted him to get juvenile life first before trying to waive it to the adult system because of the magnitude. And what the state's attorney, who we have now, who was part of the reform where he was saying that you need to tap into their mental, the whole mind is not formulated at 14 to be able to make certain decisions, comes into play, now brings in what the mayor is doing. And again, the mayor put an initiative together where he paid them to go to like trade schools or volunteer centers every day to make like $250 to get them off of the corner. So it's a lot of moving parts to that. But that's not why
Mhm.
people are afraid to come to Baltimore. Because you got probably got people in DC selling waters on the corner, like Bertha May said that they have
Yeah,
down
we
there.
have the people selling the young kids selling waters here.
Right. But
Mhm.
see again, the part that was left out is the crime rate in DC, as far as them juveniles, is way worse than Baltimore. Them boys in DC is off the chain. They written U-Hauls. That's where you get the whole you've seen a whole lot of smash and go where they back in the stores and take the ATM. That's a DC thing.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, so Bertha May, I'm not necessarily saying it's only in one jurisdiction, but them folks up in they was doing the smash and grab because in Baltimore we all know that the bodega ATMs, that the people who own the store own the machine. They take the money out at night. It ain't no money in there.
Hmm.
Okay. Mm.
Bertha Bertha
See,
May.
Bertha May, I'm not trying to tell you that you don't know, but I'm just telling you because I live here. Like these young boys here, when she said that they running up the cars and trying to carjack you,
Well,
you
I can
do
tell
have
you.
some.
I, I mean, personally, about ATM, it's not a Baltimore thing.
I
I
didn't
mean,
say it was. I said here in
mm,
Baltimore, the DC boys were doing the smash and grab with the ATM. In Baltimore, we all know in the bodega they take the money out.
what is a bodega?
It's like a convenience store, a corner store.
Oh, okay, okay,
Mhm.
okay.
It's like the Winn Dixie in the South.
I don't know what Winn Dixie is, so I don't know about. Okay, okay.
Well, it's like the HEB. You know HEB over there.
Yes, most definitely. I mean,
Okay,
yeah, come on. HEB is
so
a major grocery store, but a convenience store is like our what you call them, Swift, 7-Eleven,
okay, so
Q-tips and stuff.
so
But
now
most of our boys, they hit ATMs from banks. They don't
okay,
go to a convenience store like that.
so now
They hit.
here, Bertha May, in the city, you have a bodega, a corner store on every block, even
Okay.
run by the Chinks, the Asians, the Arabs. You may have still one or two black owned, but we just call them joints bodega. It's just Spanish for corner store. You go in a
Okay.
little poppy store, get the lunch meat sandwiches, the Kool-Aid, pack of fugs, all of that right there. In the inner city, the 7-Elevens, Rural Farms, the Dash Inns, the K's, all of those are non-existent. In the inner city,
Okay.
but again, like I'm saying, when it comes down to it, it's it's a whole different dynamic. The juveniles up here running what they running wild, and at this point, they're trying to implement consequences to prevent them from going to the adult system.
Okay. Well, I think the juveniles are running wild everywhere. I looked at Chicago news with
Oh
yesterday,
yes,
the other day. They out of
yes,
control. I mean, we
yeah.
out of control down here too. But if we go, and that's why I've always just told y'all that it starts at home. That's the only thing I'm saying about anything. We have to start at home before we can go fix the world or jump on cases. Let's start at home with our boys in our family, our boys at our church. Let's work with them so they don't have to be make the worldwide news and all of that. I'm just saying, only thing I said from the beginning, and I'm gonna say it to the end. I'm gonna work with mine and save mine first before I'm gonna work with yours and save yours. I'm saving mine. I
So
don't ever want to hear you have a collect call from, oh, no, no, no. No, I'm going to save mine.
so Jay Dunn, I want you to do
Hmm.
a little research though.
Okay.
Research Texas and Florida and see how the crime rate has dwindled down when it comes to the ability to legally carry firearms. They did a
Okay.
whole documentary on how I think Texas has had like a 7% drop, Florida had like a 9% drop. It was a drop in crime because that you have accessibility to these things by the masses.
Okay. I'll look into it and see. I most definitely will. And yeah, whenever y'all want to have that discussion, just let me know because I don't know too much about that. It sounds interesting. I do know about the water boys, but yeah, we can go that route. I think
And
oh, mhm.
go ahead. No, no. I was just gonna say the VS. I didn't take your disrespectful VS, but it's it's so many moving parts. Like I was saying to the people who don't understand, things that you can get away with down south, you can't get away with in Maryland. Maryland ain't playing all that. And again, I'm not trying to make light of any situation, but when it comes to certain things in Maryland, it's
Mhm.
it's no nonsense. It's not a whole lot to it.
Right. Hmm.
Because you
Okay,
can get
so
caught. Go ahead.
what have we said what we're gonna do? The outcome of this situation of this young man. I mean, everybody got an opinion and stuff. I mean, how we gonna move forward? Is
So
everybody coming
first,
down here? Everybody
no.
finna
So first, birthday May.
come
What we
down
gotta do
here?
is this. What we gotta do is this.
I'm gonna write it
First,
down. I'm gonna write it down because I need to know what
You
y'all
talk about is
everybody that's
everybody about to come down there?
yeah is
Bertha
no.
May
everybody finna.
Hush.
I'm finna write it
What
down right now.
what
What
she what
y'all
she what
finna
we need
do?
to do first, Jay Dunn, and I'm gonna say this.
Okay.
We need to come together within before we try to come together to go without. That's we not making no sense there. We got too much distinction amongst us as a people to be trying to fight against the outside fight that we fight. We can't stop fighting amongst each other first.
Facts.
So as if you want to say stay on code, or I hate to use this, we need to stay on task first to put us together as a solid unit, and then we could address the other forces that's coming at us. But until we do that, we just gonna have a cluster F. That's all it's gonna be.
I could agree with that. I could agree. I honestly think this is a step in the right direction for sure.
You
You
got
know,
damn
with the
right.
with the
Excuse
people
me,
actually
they
putting
done.
boots on the ground to get the truth out. Because I do appreciate the fact that we are not solely dependent on the mainstream media to keep us informed, but that we do have courageous vloggers and stuff who are going out there giving us the true information because they are out and about amongst the people.
So RNY, it will happen. Second Corinthians verse 18. Let me stop.
Not
Again.
not the quoting of the Bible.
Yeah, I had to hurry up and
Amen.
press my mute button. I said, "What?"
Preach.
I'm playing. I'm playing with. I'm playing with R and Y. But
Oh yeah, RY is the
Yeah,
token church
I know
person.
later on she gonna get the bazooka on me, but again, I'm just trying to break the monotony for a second. So, um, we got to do it within first. We definitely got to do it within first. Um, and then when it comes to this situation, the family has to fight more than outside people are fighting because it's their son. That's first and foremost. Because like I
Mhm.
said, Jay Dunn, when I watched that interview, I'm sitting here like, damn. So you knew you was being railroaded and you let them railroad your son? Because I'll be goddamn if I would have done that. But I'm
Right.
just saying, uh, I'm different. And I can't judge them for how they did it because the dad said he had so many different pressures and he was trying to focus on the family he still had left behind, so to speak, to protect them while not making his son feel like he was attacking his son when trying to support his son. So I definitely understand that. But
Got
it's going to be going forward more focused on how to get us to come together first, and then we could address the forces that's coming at us. Because once we address us staying together, the forces that are coming at us, we're gonna realize they only using what we put out there. And again, I don't want to necessarily say one particular thing, but for example, if if we keep going at each other, all they gonna do is keep feeding us stuff to make us go at each other. They gonna get us to kill us all
Mhm.
until we realize, oh, this is what they want. See, it's a lot easier. No disrespect. If I bust Jay Dunn window for the people to point the finger at me, knowing the whole time Bertha May wanted her window bust. So now I'm the culprit because I follow through with the action. But when I realize what they want and I say, okay, yo, well, that's what you want. You go over there and bust Jay Dunn window. Jay Dunn ain't done nothing to me. It becomes, oh, now, oh, you all bowing down. No, but I'm not in the fight for you for what you want. We gotta fight for what we want. And certain times it be kind of crazy. Because again, when you watch the interview, Jay Dunn, you're gonna be like, I know that line to me. What? Because he says like, I was pressured to switch this and do that. And I'm sitting here like, for my child, it's no much that much pressure you can put on me to make me switch something against my child. That's my child. Oh no, I don't
Right.
see that. But again, I'm sad that what happened how it happened. But going forward, we definitely need to band together as a unit first within, and then we can address without.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the first step is to continue to have these discussions, that's for sure, but then also let's talk and more action. That's
I
what it's
agree
truly
with
about.
that. Now I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop down. Let me make some more people mad.
Okay,
And
Bertha.
I mean exactly what I said. I'm gonna fight for my boys before I fight for anybody else's child. And some of y'all have raised stinks. Let me tell you this: everybody is, this boy. If they praising him, I raised black men. Ain't none of my black men ever killed nobody. Ain't none of my black boys ever been in trouble. In my black boys' college, I mean, graduated. I mean, out there doing it. I mean, but my black boys ain't getting praised and protection and all of this. I mean, everybody is. What about my black boys who did right in life and ain't never hurt nobody or did nothing? I'm talking about, but the praise ain't nobody talking about. I mean, about I am selfish. I mean,
So
my goddamn kids did marvelous, and we focus on one child who made a mistake. But what about the good boys out there who didn't do anything that I fight for goddamn scholarships and grants and everything for? I mean, so yeah,
uh,
I am selfish. I am. And I'm
so
gonna make sure I take help home before I take help anybody else.
I agree, Bertha mate, don't drop. Ebony, Jay Dunn, go back and pin Ebony's thing for me one more time.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to scroll back up.
No, the
Her
black people in
comment?
2026.
Yeah, that's what I'm scrolling up now. I was trying to get here because she put a few different things. Okay, here we go. This one. We have black people in 2026 saying they are not impacted by racism. That's a major issue.
Ebony, I think I've heard you hit a link once or twice, and I think it was Code Link one time. I I would like you to have chime in on this conversation because I kind of disagree with how you're saying that black people are impacted by racism in 2026. Because I just got to be honest. If you look at it, most of the time, black people are being crucified, mistreated, or anything. It's one of their own.
Facts.
It- it's not the outside, it's one of their own. And when you want to say systematic racism, let's look about the racism that we got within. Because y'all still
Facts.
having the light skinned, dark skinned woman debate. I mean, like you, which way you gonna have it though? That's my thing. You're talking about systematic racism when I still hear, and no disrespect or no shot at nobody. I still hear y'all on here talking about light skinned Brooke, dark skinned Demon Soul, and the nappy head versus the king. Like, come on. When, when we gonna cut the crap?
Wait a
Seriously, when we
minute.
gonna cut the crap?
Let me chime in before I go. Let me tell y'all one more goddamn time without telling y'all. First
Mm-hmm.
of all, they talking about it's nothing to brag about that my sons ain't never killed nobody. Let me tell you something. It may be nothing to brag about to y'all, but I'm telling you, the black men are killing the other black men. And let me tell you something. That my boys graduating class, do you know how many boys dropped out? If y'all could have seen my kids graduating class, I'm telling you, when I tell you I'm proud of my kids and can't nobody, I don't care what y'all say. Some of y'all kids and got off because y'all they out there robbing and stealing and acting like stinks. You right. I'm go always take up for my kids. Okay. Now I don't care about y'all talking about racism and all of that. I go back to it. It starts at home. It starts at home, and you damn right. I'm selfish about taking care of mine because you know what? See, it's all them stank parents out there, them stank mamas that want to be on the street and showing naked ass in the great state of Texas. They got boys out here acting a goddamn fool and stuff, and they don't put their foot in their ass. But you know what? I laid on the line for mine. I put it out. So if you tell me ain't nothing to brag about or be proud about my boys, you got me fucked up. I'm
So,
telling you.
Well, Ebony
demon. So,
said the first step is for the black people that don't understand systemic racism is to become educated how it works, because that's why we can't come together, because the blame is misplaced. That's what Ebony said.
okay, so I'm assuming this is part two, the part where she was just telling somebody I was just proving her point. Oh, okay,
Hmm.
Ebony. If that was a response to that, and I missed something, okay, I got you. Demon. So I totally agree about a 4 minute decision doesn't define or make him not a good boy. I definitely agree with that. Also, Beans and Cornbread wants the link, and there was something somebody else had put in here. Um,
Okay. All right.
I was trying to get to. Bertha, May I agree with you. You got to take care of home first.
Well, but it sounds like home is already taken care of for Bertha May because her kids are perfect. So
No,
now that
no,
home is
no, no.
taken care
That's a
of.
damn lie. Now, when I told you I laid on the line, baby, I laid on the line. I was up there at that school. I'm telling you, I was the damn parent. Come on, I don't give a damn if my shoes both mismatched. I'm coming up there and I'm showing up and showing out. They know who I was when I walked in there. I'm telling you, I I mean, no, no. If I'm telling you, I put a lot on the line to save my boys, to
Mm.
fight. I mean, to fight and to help other boys, and to see those boys decided to drop out and not even graduate. I mean, if I would have showed y'all the graduating class, y'all mouth would be surprised. So, it is what it is. You right, but my
Bertha
kids are
May, I
perfect.
just had to give you a hard time. Hold on. Now Bees is back here. Let me see what Bees because you
Yo,
know your kids perfect. They on the honor rolls. They president of the United
You
States.
better, you
Let
better
me
tell them that one.
Jay
I got
Jay
one
done
of them the
fun.
next
oh,
Jay
Obama.
done funny for that one right
You
there.
right, I do, I do.
hey, good morning, Beans.
We got good genes. No, I'm
Good
just playing.
morning. Good morning, Bertha. Good
Good
morning, my
morning,
perk
Beans.
god, my
Good morning,
pharmaceutical
Beans.
ambassador. Hey,
Oh,
hey,
okay.
everybody in the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a good day to be black. Hallelujah. Okay,
Good.
look, Bertha, I'm gonna need you to stop being selfish, sister. Now I love you down, but look here, my son, my sons, one of them is president of the United Damn Nations, and the other one
Okay.
is goddamn leader of the universe.
He
So,
better be.
with that said, since your kids doing all this great, mine is doing great too. But my point
Mm.
is this: I'm gonna need to be inclusive, okay? I'm gonna need you to wrangle in that love and be inclusive of all of us because every step that your babies take and in a good way and everything that you do to advocate for their goodness and their greatness, it trickles down, okay? We got to reach back and make sure we take care of all of us. So it's not cool when you talking about I'm just gonna worry about mine first.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
no, no,
worried
no,
about
no.
mine first,
I never
but
said.
guess
I
what?
never said.
Now
I
hold,
said
no, no,
mine
no. Let
come
me finish.
first.
Let me
Mine
finish and
come
then
first.
correct me. Wait a minute, baby. Hold on.
Okay.
You could correct me after I'm finished. But me, I want all of us to win. My babies, your babies, the
Ebony,
babies on the
is this
corner,
you?
the every I want all of our babies to
Yes, this is me.
win. Go ahead. I'm
Okay. Good
sorry.
morning.
Somebody's
Well, no, I was just trying to make sure it was her. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Go
okay.
ahead. What you were saying, Beans?
Okay. Yeah, I want all of our babies to win because here's what happens when we only think about our own and something happens and they encounter a Carmelo situation. Guess what? It affects Carmelo and the rest of us. We fall back. I ain't worried about it. It ain't none of mine. It didn't happen to me. It ain't none of mine. And guess what? That is how your community is dismantled. And we ain't going for that. Our people, as a Gen Xer, you know better than that. We didn't come from that. Our people moved in silence. The Martin Luther King and the Malcolm X and they moved in silence. They said, we're going to meet in Chicago on this date and this time, and we're going to discuss this and this and this. And we're going to make sure we have black mayors in place by this date. And we're going to do this in this way. They moved strategically. They wasn't online talking about nothing because it wasn't no online back then. But they certainly didn't announce it in newspapers. They just moved in silence. And they certainly were not selfish. Because everything that we do, it affects all of us. It's all for one and one for all. That's it. That's just the way it is. And I know you love your babies. I love mine. But that's just the way it is. We gotta wait, make sure we take care of all of us. Because Carmelo, that's a public lynching, baby. And you better damn well know when they pull over the next one of us, guess what? We gonna feel the effects of it individually as a result.
They don't give a damn about nothing. Okay? We can't be selfish like that. We got to think about each other as a collective. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for that, Beans. And what did you have to say, Ebony? Did you come up here because Malik was talking to you?
No, but
Oh,
not to be shady or anything, but I wanted to say something really quick, and I had to go. That's why I was like, let me just see the link, and then it took me forever to get on the link.
Hold
But
on.
okay.
Before you speak,
Well,
should
she
I
said she
drop
gotta
down
go.
Jake on my own or should you drop?
Oh, I'll drop you. Okay,
No, no,
I'll drop
no.
you.
I want to know.
Uh-huh.
I don't want.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
All right.
yeah, I'll drop you if you need to go, Beans. Okay, sorry about that, Ebony.
oh, no problem. Good
Go
morning,
ahead and drop me,
everyone.
baby.
Good
Okay.
morning. I don't always agree with what Beans and Cornbread says, but she was on point with that. You can't be selfish when it comes to this, because the civil rights movement, all those people, they put their lives on the line for me to have
Mhm.
the freedoms and for all of us to have the freedoms that we do today. So that is one of the most unselfish acts. So I just want to piggyback off of what she just said. But I hit the link because my point about, because I actually said the point about the systematic racism and the black people who don't understand how it works. I said that
Mhm.
first prior to the other statements, not necessarily as a response to Malik, but
Mhm.
I suggest you all that really feels like, hey, it's really what we're doing to ourselves, which that is a part of it. I'm not trying to negate that piece, but it's deeper than that. That's surface level. You know what I'm saying? That is surface level. I
Mhm.
read this book that's actually was a part of a book club within my employer called White Fragility. And you have to read that book with the mindset of the audience, the white woman who wrote that book, she's speaking to her people, white people. So if you're
Mhm.
thinking she's speaking to you as a black person, you may not pick up um, the levity of the book. So you got to read it or listen to it on audio as if you're like a fly on the wall. But when I tell you, she breaks it all the way down from um like in sports, white woman's tears and how they weaponize it. All the different systems in place. So sorry, I'm out of breath because I had to run upstairs.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, so read that book. If you don't understand the systems that are in place that are impacting us, is not just what we do with each other. That is part of it, right? But we
Mhm.
have to understand the systems that are in place for us to dismantle it. So that's all I
Thank
want
you.
to
And I
say.
just
And
looked that book up
Malik,
and
I
I
mean,
just found it on Audible,
I don't want to say
Ebony.
I'm not open to having a conversation, but and I'm not trying to be insult you or anything, but just listening to you on panels and things like that, I mean, I feel like you come from a very like ignorant mindset, and I mean it from the word ignorant, like the literal term of lacking knowledge. So I have a hard time having conversations with people with one track minds that are not able to objectively look at things and take like emotions out of it. So, not saying I wouldn't do it or anything like that, but you know, I got to think about it.
Thank you, Ebony. And I found the book as well. I found it on Audible.
Mm. All I can say is wow.
Can you hear me, Ebony?
All right, that's all I had to say. I got to go and catch my breath. I ran up the
Um,
stairs. I was in the middle of a workout.
so
Okay.
And I was
hold
like, I
on.
have to hit
Did
the link. And I wanted to share that book because that book was very impactful for me as a black person. And I'm in this group with my employees, not my employees, but with people within my company. I work for a big company. And I was pretty much like, it was only me as the one black person. And it was like an Indian person on the line. And all these other white people. And they were just like really like stunned how this white woman broke down racism, so I was like, good, white people need to talk to their people. It's not black people's job to tell white people how not to be racist. We didn't invent racism. So again, I do agree when people say we need to focus on ourselves and focus inward, yes, we don't, the whole fighting, the telling white people, oh, no, we need to break down the systems and not focus on the white racist people. They have the white allies focus on their people. But all right, I'm getting
Thank
down
you.
now. Hey, room shaker.
Okay.
Hey, Ebony, what I eat?
This,
Thank you so much.
I respect Ebony's opinion. I'll
I
if
don't
she
think Ebony could hear once I brought Room Shaker up. I don't think. Ebony, can you hear? Can you hear us? No, I don't think she could hear. So I'm gonna drop her. Okay.
That Don, make sure you send me the book link on Instagram because I get it and I'll probably ask Hell Sector people do they want to do a read on it. If you want to, you can join in or we can do it over here. Um and I just wanted to say, okay, with the way we stand this and we saying we all got to unite and stand for something because it's getting out of control. Are y'all willing to, and me included, Health Sector included, are y'all willing to stop attacking people of our same race on this app?
Facts. If you not gonna start right here, don't tell me about nothing what you worried about that boy. If you not gonna stop calling me old and raggedy and stank and all of that, don't talk about what you go do. Us as the black people, stop right now. Stop beeping with each other. Stop tearing each other down. Then now I said that. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for that, Bertha Mate. So, well, what Queen 88 did say, because somebody had came at her about that as well. Queen 88 said that if she could go at her own black people, why wouldn't she go at the white people out there?
But that wasn't the question I asked J Dub. I
What?
know you might be trying to avoid the question, but it was an
No,
honest
no, I was getting the
question.
book. I was getting the book. I
Oh,
put the book
okay.
in the chat. Oh, okay. So you asking me if I stop fighting the people? If they stop fighting me, hell yeah. But they
Okay.
be fighting me because most of the time I stop fighting everybody except for Lemon, and that's all. I only been fighting Lemon to be honest.
J Dub, he black too, baby.
True. He just a fruit. He a black fruit. He's black now. He's just a little sour though. But stop fighting your own people then. Since you know what, we coming together and it ain't no we finna hold hands and get out there and unite. Well, let's do that right now. Okay? I don't want to hear no more talking about nobody.
We heard you, Ebony. We heard
No
you.
more
We heard
doxing.
everything that you said, Ebony. You did. You spoke really, really well. I think you couldn't hear us any longer because I added Room Shaker, and I think the phone situation happened because I added a new person. But we were able to
Yeah,
hear
Ebony,
you.
I heard you, boy. I spoke back.
Yeah.
J Don, there's somebody in your chat speaking on my child. I'm not gonna respond to them.
Oh, I didn't even see somebody did that. Hold on, let me look. Oh, yeah, Jack. Don't do that. Don't do that to Room Shaker. Please don't. Okay. So that's the book. I put the book, but let me get the link for Malik to come back. That's the book on Amazon, y'all. And then also I found it on Audible, which I'm gonna get it with my Audible credit. And then hold on, Malik. Let me get this link to Room Shaker real quick on Instagram, and then I'm gonna drop the StreamYard link again. 1 second. Okay, so I just sent it to the Instagram Room Shaker, and then now let me get the
Oh, they
StreamYard link
said
for him.
Jack talking to Malik, not me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let me grab that link. No, we heard you say that you was at the gym, so that's fine, Ebony. I appreciate you giving your feedback and your input. Oh, she trying to get her body type for her 44th year. Okay, girl. I see you.
Let's
You know,
go, cause I'm slimming down nice.
I hear her. She that's the first place that we got to start. I ain't even gonna lie, because they say if the race war, I'm dead serious. If the race war pop off, you want to be able to
Jack say he talking to you.
Girl, I'm not responding to
I
Jack.
just read the text.
oh,
Now I ain't gonna read the text number either. Jesus. I'm
I
finna
hey
block the
Malik.
chat.
hey
Cause I don't wanna see y'all.
yeah I'm gonna read. I just saw the book. I'm gonna check it out. I
Yeah,
agree
I'm
with
gonna
what
get that
Ebony
book
was
too.
saying. So, Ebony, yeah, whenever you think about a conversation, I will be up for it. Um, I'm probably way more open minded and look at things from all points of view than you think. But whenever you're ready, it's cool by me.
And then I think talent back
I'm
here. Let me
just in
see
my
this talent.
53rd year, so hey, I'm chilling.
Let me make sure this talent. Talent, this you?
It is me. Good
Welcome,
morning,
Tyler.
JD.
Wonderful. Good
What's up,
morning.
Room Shaker? The Perk God, Bertha May. What's going on? I just wanted to say this real quickly because I've been listening, JD. I actually got up early and I was able to listen to most of your live. It's been a
Okay.
great live. I do want to say this, and I've talked about this before. We're still not focusing, especially because these are a lot of black women I've heard on this panel and their mothers. There's still no talk about accountability, about being accountable as a parent. Um, I
That's all
heard
I
black.
talked about. Okay,
No, no,
let
no,
me
no.
go
I
on.
heard. Yeah, I heard black women try to make excuses about even the weapon that was used. They're trying to say that it was to clean his cleats. It wasn't a knife. The court records clearly state it was in the testimony. Ghetto's getting the transcript. The live blogs already had this. The police officer on the stand said and pulled it out to display it. The prosecution pulled out the actual weapon. It was a 3.5 inch folding knife. Now, if you go back earlier to your live, people were saying it wasn't really a knife, it was to clean the cleats and all types of just nonsense. And it goes to show that at some point, if we're fighting an uphill battle as black people in this country, and some of us are making it even harder for the whole group collectively to accomplish things because you're not willing to listen. Gatto came up here and reinforced what I had said a long time ago that we need to tell our sons to exercise self restraint. You don't have to knock if you buck and all of this nonsense. And see, this is the problem that we're having is that there's a lot of yapping, a lot of noise, and you're missing the signals. We're not going to get a fair shake in this country. So knowing that, we have to move differently. Y'all talking about stand your ground laws and all of this nonsense. When it comes to a white man, yeah, that doesn't apply to y'all. Y'all think y'all gonna still be able to exercise the same laws that these white folks were using with one another? No, you have to tell your children to be smarter when they exercise self-restraint. Anything else y'all are talking about, this guy, both sets of parents have lost a child for the most part. And there's nobody is talking about, well, it's really sad that this white family lost their son. It's just, I get being pro black, but you got to look at the bigger picture. And this is where there's a disconnect. And let me say this, because and I'm not trying to troll or be offensive. But non college educated white folks and non college educated black folks are going to be the downfall of America because you don't use critical thinking skills. You don't pull back and look at the big picture. You just blindly follow things without trying to look what's under the hood, doing root cause analysis. It's unfortunate. So all of this back and forth y'all doing to impress one another in these chats with your theories and all of that, the bullying and all this nonsense, actually understand what was presented in the trial, not what you heard or supposedly there's videos floating around that have been scraped from the internet. Stop letting people use you folks to get all worked up. Because this is part of the plan. Just like the street takeovers is a psyop. You don't understand the bigger picture is to make you people look like chimps. That's why they said you're chimping out. They want to put that impression, they want that to be prevalent in the United States. This is what we're all about. When in all actuality, that subculture of the black community makes up what, probably 0.5%. But we amplify it through social media and through TV and other media. But no, that's not who we are as a people. And you're not going to understand. Those who know, they know what I'm saying. Those who don't understand, they'll call me a Tom and a coon, and they'll talk about ghetto. We're in the community. We're helping black men be men. And what you women are doing,
I put the
you're
link.
doing
I put the link. Stacy, I
you
put the
you
StreamYard link.
you black women who are not looking at the bigger picture, who are not talking about teaching your sons to exercise self-restraint, you're doing a disservice not only to your children but to the entire black community. And that's all I have to say. I don't care about the coons all the time. What I'm trying to say is going to help y'all in the long run. But what we do know based on history, y'all not going to listen. Y'all will chalk what we're saying up to being Toms and Coons. We expect that. And at that point, we're going to have to, at some point, and JD, I think you probably don't want to say it, but we're going to have to start investing so much time trying to turn the minds around these malleable minds, as Sincere would say. We're trying to turn these people around. We're investing too much money and time trying to get people to think rationally and use critical thinking skills. We need to cut them loose, and we need to start building amongst ourselves. And
Hmm.
these are college educated black people, professionals, people who are movers and shakers who can accomplish things. But all of this nonsense with these clowns up here, just word salad and all this nonsense to sound good. You sound like clowns, just bozos, all of you. And I don't care
So
who it offends. But
I'm
look, I
before you
gotta
go.
go.
Before you go,
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, first guy. Go ahead.
hold
Talent.
Charlie Baltimore.
Go
I
get.
mean Charlie
Wait, that's
Rambo.
a
Don't leave
female,
just yet.
dude. That's a
No, Charlie
female, man.
Rambo. No,
Get
Charlie
your, yeah, yeah,
Rambo.
man. Come
No, no,
on
no.
now. Okay.
Charlie
Yeah,
Rambo.
okay.
Don't leave. I did see your
Yeah.
new AI video, and it was kind of cool with the white Cadillac. But
Yeah, 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 yeah. You like that. They don't know about that. Two
I'm
piece of the
just,
biscuit. Big
but
leg,
I'm
two
just
piece
trying
of
to
the biscuit
understand though. I'm
out now.
understanding though how that you're not trolling and you're up here as Charlie Rambo.
No, no, no. Listen carefully, man. And see, this is a problem, Malik. You got to know when trolling, you have to stop the trolling. And what I'm doing right now is saying is half the people that have come up here haven't really understood the information that was actually in the trial. They're still going off of things that were dismissed as disinformation many months ago. So I don't even take those people seriously. But I see people who want to be considered as intelligent still babbling, still talking about nonsense. It starts at home. You raise your kids correctly. You raise your kids you don't have to be fighters. You don't have to be combative. Learn to
Well,
work with it.
that part, we agreed
Yeah,
with,
we all
but
said that earlier,
yeah,
talent.
but talent. The fact is, the white families are starting at home as well, teaching their kids to tell your child what to do when they don't have the right to do that.
That's all. So what? So a white guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, this isn't your school. You need to leave." So I'm gonna get up there and after I'm told 15 times to leave, and I'm gonna say, hey, you know what? If you touch me, you know what's gonna happen. That's my reaction. No, so I don't see people talking about how that right there is wrong. Now
You
you've
you
got
missed
people.
the show. You missed the beginning of the show because I
No, no, no,
know
no.
we talked
No,
about
I
that.
birthed it because one or two people said it. You may have said it, but I'm
Absolutely.
saying the majority of these people are still on this "knuck if you buck" and stand your ground. And oh, he was wrong. He
See,
was
you saying
railroaded.
nook. I'm
He,
sick of you
he,
saying "nuck if you buck."
yeah,
If you say
sorry.
"nuck if you buck" one more time, tell me.
Yeah.
So, so
No, I
um,
mean, but this is that mentality that they really have bought into this mentality. It's crazy to me.
Right.
so listen. I think we should let Charlie Rambo go. Talent, I appreciate this. But again, you coming up here with the dinner for schmucks thing, my guy. I gotta admit, it's hilarious to me. But again, I get your other point. So I mean, hey, it is what it
Well,
is.
no, I know you wanted to work in that dinner with Smux anytime you get a chance to with me, and I appreciate, Malik, you trying to insert that where it doesn't belong now. But right now is about seriousness, and JD, this is where you come into play. At some point, we got to stop all of the nonsense conversations with people who don't have the capacity to really understand the bigger picture and
Mhm.
focus amongst just ourselves and coalescing around ourselves and these people who are urging people not to vote and all of this other nonsense in these sectors. We got to let them go. The 88 sitting up there allowing herself to be a coon for the news media, and we're here in the sector celebrating how she went viral. Do you realize how you can't understand, you can't fathom how embarrassing it is to have 88 representing our community on TV? It's an embarrassment. But you
But
clowns put that on a
wait a second,
pedestal.
talent. Because if it was televised when let's say Harriet Tubman, just because. When Harriet Tubman was trying to free the slaves and it could have been televised, it would have been a lot of black people saying how embarrassing that was, that Harriet Tubman, the nerve of her thinking that she's going to be able to rescue all of these slaves to freedom. It's
Well, the
embarrassing that
house,
she's
yeah,
allowing
well,
everybody to do that.
The House Negroes will be the first one in line. You're right. The House Negroes will be the first one in line condemning Harriet Tubman. But you
Hmm.
also have to understand they were trying to protect something. You have to, and I'm not going to get into it here, but you have to
Hmm.
understand the politics of being a House Negro back in those days.
Hmm.
A lot of the house negroes would work with some of the people, the actual field slaves, to get things done. They had to work with one another. Now, and there's a healthy distrust over the years towards, those black folks that lived in the big house. But some of those house Negroes actually accomplished things. So, but that's the bigger picture. But look, I
Hmm.
came up here because it's just I was saddened to see so many black women who were mothers not really focus on, hey, Carmelo was wrong. I'm going to teach my son not to do this in this particular situation. But it's like you're trying to throw gasoline on the fire and say, hey, we got to do this. We got to mount up and do all of this nonsense. It's disheartening. But
Beans
look, I
came
got
back, talent.
Oh yeah, what's up, Beans? But I gotta go. I'll talk. Boot me out of here because I don't want to
Okay,
mess up anybody's sound.
okay, okay. Hey, Beans, you came back? Beans?
I'm back. I know, I understand he has to go, but I wanted to ask him if he's ever. The answer is going to be no, because he's not a woman. First of all,
Hmm.
um, the way 88 broke down and cried. I'm a black mother of three black men. Now, one of my sons was murdered, so he's no longer here. But nonetheless, when 88 broke down on her knees and cried, baby, I felt every bit of it. So I don't know about you guys, but embarrassment, I felt none because she was speaking for all of us. I felt like she was speaking for all of us. What do you do? What can you tell your son as a black man, as a child growing up to become a black man? What can you tell him when somebody comes to him with some bullshit? And you can't, well, you gotta fight back. Fight back for what? So you can go to prison? Or walk away, back. Just walk away. Walk away so you can get shot in the back? What do you tell your baby? I felt
Excuse
every bit of what she said.
Excuse me. Can
No,
I?
wait a minute, Malik. How dare you? How dare you call her ghetto? How dare you call her trash? How dare you say anything derogatory towards her? She's a mother. And guess what? Talent and any damn body else that has something negative to say about 88. Guess what? Guess who was the goddamn pillar of the civil rights movement? The black woman. The big mouth black woman. Okay? So
Yeah,
if
I
it
did make
wasn't for
mention of
women
that
like
at the
88,
beginning.
none of this shit would have been possible. I'm sorry, Jaden, I didn't hear a word you said.
Well, I said I made mention about that earlier about
I'm
how it
sorry.
88 is a black woman, but a lot of men are gossiping about her, but they are not out there themselves. What
So
was you about to say, Malik?
my question to
Exactly.
my question to Beans, and
You
I
breaking up.
I'm no,
Oh,
I'm trying to. My question to you is, being in a similar situation, do you understand the tension on both sides that's really going on?
to describe the tension, what are you talking about? I
No,
need you to be
I'm
like,
the
break it down for
emotional
me.
level, and I'm I'm saying it. I don't want to. I'm saying it so you understand, and I hope I think everybody else gets what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to bring your particular. I'm just saying you had a similar situation in a sense, based off of what
No,
you
say
just.
what you need to say, brother. Just say what
Okay,
you need to say. Don't worry about it. Please. Just
okay.
speak. I'm good.
Because you are a surviving mother of a child who was murdered, do you see the tension and the emotions on both sides, like as being the mother of the son who was victimized? And you get what I'm saying? I'm asking, like, because you have a different passion for it in a sense because you've been through a similar situation. I'm not speaking on nothing that 88 has said or done. I'm just asking a mother who's been through what this mother is going through.
Okay, let me say this. Um, how would it be if you have three boys, three black boys, and I'm speaking to myself, and you and your spouse, you bring these boys up and you train them and you teach them all the nuances of how it is and the way it is to live as a black person in America, as a black boy in America. You get them through the school to prison pipeline. You get them through all of the things to do with the streets dragging them into the bullshit, the drugs and the gangs and all. You get them through all of that, and you get them out of high school, and then you get them to the university, and you get them out of the university, and somebody snatches that life right away from them. How would it be? So that is how I felt. I got my son all the way through all those things. When my son graduated from high school, we made such a big deal out of it. Because if you look at statistics for the life of a black man, of a black boys and black men have to go through so many hurdles just to survive. You got to get to 14, and you got to get to 19, and you 21 and 3. So that is what I was thinking about, all those things. And 88 is thinking about all those things. Why? Because she's a black mother of black boys, 5 of them, mind you. She has to get them all through all these hurdles. And it's not easy. So when I said the things that I said about 88, that's what I meant. And somebody like a talent will come along and say, oh, well, she was just being ghetto. That's just ghetto trash. No, that's a mother who is equally as concerned about her child as someone else, as an affluent person. So are you saying that because she's a stripper and she's swinging on a pole, her life and her children's lives are not as valuable as ours because we have college degrees? Bullshit. I call fucking bullshit. All black lives goddamn matter. All of our lives matter. It doesn't matter what walk of life. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I have to take a deep breath. I'm so full of anger right now because I can't even believe that you would feel so pompous as to sit your ass on anybody's panel and place judgment on 88 or any damn body. Anybody. That woman took time out of her life and she advocated for a child that isn't even hers. She did that. And I don't give a fuck how she came across. She did it. I don't care. She did it. And guess what? 88, if you listening, baby, if one of my babies was out there, I want you on their team. Okay? She did the damn thing, and I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her for doing what she did. Shame on you. And we need more like her. We need more like her. She didn't have to do what she did.
Thank you for that, Beans.
We
Sorry.
need that's what you call community. That is what you call community. This is what we did when I was growing up. People took time out. It didn't matter what they had going on in their lives. They took time out. And you know what? So and so's son is suffering. And you know, we need to take up a collection. We got to get him together. We got to get him right. You know, the family ain't got the money. We that's what I saw my parents and my grandparents and aunties and uncles doing. That's what I saw them doing. And that's what we need to get back to. 88 ain't did nothing strange to me. It didn't look foreign to me at all because that's how I grew up, looking out for my people. Let me drop my angry ass down.
Well, I appreciate
Thank you, Jada.
thank you. I appreciate your stance, Beans, because yeah, I know you've been on both sides of the coin. So I wanted to allow you to be able to speak. Room Shaker, did you have anything to say to me?
Uh,
Hell no.
Okay. What about you, Bertha May?
Hell no.
Okay.
I'm
All
just
right.
playing beans. I'm just playing. God is
Oh,
good. I'm too blessed to
nah,
be
it's all
sad
right.
and upset and stressed. I promise you, I'm too blessed. I'm glad the God woke me up this morning. Ain't none of this go get me out of my get my panties in a bunch. No, no, no. I'm just gonna give my opinion and talk my shit, and I'm gonna go on about my day.
My
You know,
pennies ain't in a bunch either. I just said I wasn't gonna
You
bash
know what?
nobody, so I ain't got nothing to say.
I
no, and
won't know.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I
I ain't
actually
worried about
wanted to
that,
go ahead.
I don't know
but
who that was talking.
That
I
was
was gonna
Beans.
say I'm not worried about you bashing me at all.
I didn't say
So
No,
some. I
no,
don't.
you
I didn't
can't
say
she
touch
I
didn't
my
say
was
you
mic.
gonna
was.
bash you.
Hold on. She didn't
Okay,
say
so
she
I hope
was.
you wasn't coming at me because you can't.
No, no, no. That's not what this about.
No, I don't think she meant it. Like, see,
Okay.
that's how black
Well,
folk.
I
You
owe
see
her an
that we supposed to
apology.
be all
I'm
united
mad
now.
right now. I
Lord,
No, that's not what she meant.
I didn't
So,
say
okay.
that.
You
yeah,
right, and
she said,
I apologize, but I'm mad because I ain't telling you. Got wow, you gotta. You know what? You too old to change. So let me just shut the fuck up. Let me. Thank you, J Nunn. Thank
you
y'all.
welcome.
Everybody have a good day.
Thank you, you too. And that's the thing. I was
All right.
actually about to open it up for the closing words.
No, no, drop
Anyway,
me down.
okay, I'm about to drop you down. Hold on one second, Beans. Okay. So I was opening up for the closing words anyway because it's already been 4.5 hours, which the discussion was worth being on here this long. Um, just to get everybody's perspective and point of view while I had the time to be up here. Did y'all have any closing words that y'all want to add? Room Shaker or Bertha May?
Jay Don, once again, thank you for having me. I enjoyed this conversation, but I still want to see going forward. Could the blacks go? Could we show that we actually can unite on something and prove the people wrong? Because I think we're gonna always be divided. But I'm willing to give it a chance to see what happens.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Thank you once again to Jay Dunn for having me. Great conversation. When people can talk without calling each other names, and everybody can have a difference of opinion without trying to harm each other. I think that's a start there. Now I want to
Mhm.
see now what all you folks advocating for him. I wrote all y'all names down right here on my tablet. I'm finna see
Mhm.
what goes next. I'm finna see what's gonna happen next. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody who ain't finna get on that first line, okay? All right, y'all. Have a good
Thank
day.
thank you. You too. I really appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much. So yeah, we have had a very good discussion up here. Thank you, Gemini 75. I greatly appreciate the donation. Let me go ahead and go over here. Thank you so much for the donation. Huge shout out and thank you for the donation to the Donaverse and to supporting my channel. Also, I did need to thank Peaches because Peaches also gave a donation. Thank you so much, Peaches. And then to Bertha May. I want to thank all of my panelists as well. I want to thank all of my supporters and my members. Thank you to everyone. I'm happy we were able to have the discussion here. I know we will not always agree, but the conversation started here. The revolution will be live streamed. And I think that we all just have to keep our eyes open as far as the people with boots on the ground. And I think that we have to have a level of appreciation and respect for the people that are going out there. Y'all know I don't like 88 too much. I didn't like her at all up until now. I do have a newfound respect for her, which I said at the beginning of the stream. Regardless of my differences with her previously, you can't do nothing but take your hat off and tip your hat to her for what she is out there doing in her own backyard. Where Bertha May kept saying it starts at home, it starts at home. Yes, it starts at home underneath the roof of your home, but it also starts at home in your own neighborhood. It also starts at home in your own city. It also starts at home in your own state, and it also starts at home in your own country. Thank you guys so much for a great live stream and a great discussion. It is much appreciated. I did drop the link to the books that were recommended down there below. Y'all take care, be blessed, don't stress, and I will see y'all on the flip side. I have queued in YouTube cameras as the redirect. Hopefully she is still on. If y'all hold tight, y'all will be sent to her momentarily. Have a great Friday and have a good weekend. Bye, y'all.